thank you all for that impromptu break. I'm now going to invite Dr. Richard Norgard to come back up and give us a little presentation on the background of a report that the ISB did and a bit about social science and his experiences. So feel free to come on up.
Okay, it's great to see so much interest in social science. This is a crowd that's noticeably larger than we have for the Delta Independent Science Board, which is, I hope, a good sign. I'm Richard Norgard. I'm trained as an economist, but I'm not an economist by conviction. And there's an important difference. I'm the only unnatural scientist on the Delta Independent Science Board, but of course that makes all the rest of them on social. Okay. Now this thing is not changing. Okay, now we're in business. Okay, so the Delta Independent Science Board is 10 individuals, some from within California, most without. I can get closer than that. It's very loud to me. And okay, now it's what a system. Our mandate is to review the science in support of adaptive management and to assure that it's the best available. According to law, we have to see that we have best available science. That's, of course, a question of best available where and how it applies to the Delta. And so we've tended to develop a rule of, is it good enough? And even that gets us into trouble because frequently best available is not good enough. And this meeting is a part of that, that the best available social science in the Delta is slim and not especially applicable to what we're doing. I'm going to try another one. And, okay. And we're also having issues now that there's a much more widely accepted fact that we're in the Anthropocene. Environmental change is occurring much more rapid than expected even, but the natural scientists themselves have not really sped up or figured out how to think about research in the Delta. And so best available, again, is not good enough. So that's what we struggle with. We're looking at the adequacy of the science, but we have no enforcement power at all, except the agencies do seem to listen to us. There's apparently some threat, but that's just because of a tradition of good science in California. But there's also the issue of it's possible that a stakeholder could pick up our science and say, look, the Delta Independent Science Board said this, and the Delta Stewardship Council did that, or the DWR did that, and the Science Board has already commented that's not good enough. That has not happened yet, but that's part of our power, but it's also part of the difficulty of working in the Delta. That though combat science is much less than 15 years ago, we're still doing science in an environment with stakeholders contesting, and it's just sort of we're not sort of a wide open academic environment. Let's think about this. Everything has consequences, and it's constantly on one's mind. We decided to, the co-equal goals. There's been lots of talk about the co-equal goals. You're constantly hearing people say co-equal goals. Rarely do they also add, though this has improved dramatically, the clause of the 2009 Delta Reform Act that says, in the context of sustaining and or maintaining and enhancing, whatever the word goes, unique values of the Delta as a place, an evolving place. It's a pretty complex statement. It gives you lots of opportunities to have a fairly rich view of what this really means, but it's also quite vague. We're reviewing science by the chapters of the Delta Plan. Chapter 5 was Delta as place, and we dove in. So my slides are not quite in order. There's 120 programs, different science programs in the Delta, and we're charged with reviewing these programs. We decided to call a program a chapter in the book or a chapter in the Delta Plan. And yes, interesting, I called it the book, but it is our Bible. But we use the chapters as they were laid out in the Delta Plan to set up our reviews, and chapter 5 is Delta's place. There's a lot of concern as soon as we started talking about this, even within the Independent Science Board. They said, values? We don't do values. Values, oh, we're really scared of values. As if water delivery to the San Joaquin Valley and the Metropolitan Water District wasn't about a value, or as if ecosystem restoration wasn't a value. Scientists are very comfortable talking about quantities and forgetting that kind of every quantity has some kind of an implied value associated with it. And so they're constantly dealing in values, but not. And so this review first had to just get over this barrier, and it wasn't just within the Independent Science Board. There were all kinds of queries about, what are you doing? What are you doing talking about values? You're a science board. Well, our way around this was to say, well, look, not only is ecosystem restoration a value and water delivery a value, but we need to understand the environmental processes that support these values. Furthermore, we need to understand the social processes that support these values. And that's science. So, unfortunately, the legislation put values on this tri-equal goal, but values are associated with all of them. And so from here, we're able to dive into the issue of Delta as place and come out with a review. This review was a very long review. For a review where there's almost no social science there, it was surprisingly how long it took, and it's still because we're wrestling with what are we doing? What are we doing? We did do a literature search, found a master's dissertation at Duke University. We then looked at all dissertations, searching for Delta, Sacramento, San Joaquin, California, all kinds of search words. And about 97% of them were in the natural sciences. And about 2% were kind of interdisciplinary, connected to the social sciences. And then there's kind of 1% that was straight out social science. We queried a lot of Delta leaders, went to the agencies, went out into the community, talked a lot, and learned about the Delta Narratives Project, which was excellent, and brought the Delta Narratives leader, Robert Benedetti, to our own independent science board, brought Delta community people into that meeting and got their feedback. And then we talked with the social scientists that are here and doing wonderful things and related to the Delta, but frequently not locked into the Delta. And so we kind of came up with finally a list of the last 10 years. This is kind of the social science stuff, and I'm sure we're missing things. And we were a little bit looking more for sociological and social processes rather than environmental valuation. And so the list missed some of that. But notice that a little past halfway down, we have work on indigenous knowledge. And that was of interest to the community, to the committee, to the board. And when you go to the Chesapeake Bay website or to the Puget Sound Partnership website, you find indigenous knowledge quite well represented, and it's a little bit absent here. So eventually, and by eventually I again referring to this long process, and many drafts which were much longer than the one you read and have information that I should probably pass on to you. We recommend establishing an ongoing research program and that this become a substantial and integrated Delta research as big as research on flows, on restoration, etc. Again, we envision natural scientists would also be designing research to contribute to our understanding of the environmental processes that sustain Delta values. And I'd like to keep that burden on the natural scientists, or I'd like to not have the social scientists bear the burden of doing coupled social and environmental science. I'll speak as a social scientist, find that because we're the newcomers to research programs, that a lot of expectations get piled onto the newcomers while 95% of the budget is not shifting as much as it could. So by research program, we really mean an organized accumulation of work by academics, non-governmental organizations, and agency researchers that contributes to a recognizable literature that informs subsequent research, responds to new developments, contributes to coherent usable knowledge, and informs policy and management decision-making. Such a research area needs to evolve through the efforts of multiple funders and individual researchers and build to a coherent program that will be then reviewed by the Delta Independent Science Board, if we had to put that in ourselves, of course. But we do envision that this is going to take some time, that we need to get started on the research, that as we do the research, we'll better define what we mean by the unique values of the Delta as an evolving place. We'll better define as to how we can integrate with the natural scientists. We'll maybe be able to encourage the natural scientists to start thinking, there's a reason people are interested in the Delta. Let's look at those processes too. And as we do that, we better understand what we mean by the unique values of the Delta's place and then design our next research project better. I have strong memories of an early meeting of agency personnel on Delta as place, in which one person sat there and said, if you can't define what Delta as place means, I can't waste my time coming to these meetings. And I understand that feeling a lot, but it's going to take a while for us to put some meat to the words. So we argued that the number of Delta scientists, social scientists, needs to increase. We argue humanities can contribute considerably. We argue natural scientists need to take their part, and coupled human natural systems needs to be part of it. But again, I don't see this as a burden of the social science community. We recommended citizen science, that the Delta community is very interested in being a part of this and can participate and is a source of people power to put our understanding together. And then again, we promote a little more traditional knowledge and role for the indigenous people and their descendants. So this was the diagram we came up with in the report. It was good enough, but I would like to go to a more complex one that was put together for the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment about 15 years ago. This came out, and we were trying to say, how are we going to put it all together into a coherent story? And again, I'm not saying all the social scientists should be doing social science, so that kind of helps this whole loop. But it would help if all Delta scientists looked at the system as a coupled system and bent their research and spent some time talking with social scientists and more time talking with each other to make natural science more interdisciplinary and integrated. But this is a diagram which shows a circle, shows a coupled system, has feedbacks. The little crossbars, the darkest black, are sort of intervention points in which policy can make changes. It builds on the idea of ecosystem services, but doesn't actually waste a lot of time with the value, didn't spend a lot of time with the valuing of the systems. I'm a known critic of the excess emphasis that's been put in the valuation of ecosystem services. It's an excellent thing to do. It helps you see a lot of different things, but it's not the end all. But this diagram is also good because up in that upper left-hand corner, it reminds you that this process is occurring at all kinds of different scales. And then down on the bottom of the table, it also reminds you that things are happening in a lot of different time scales. Some feedbacks are fast, some feedbacks are slow. If you keep a diagram like this in your head, we could all communicate a lot better together if we kind of say, oh, I fit in here and you fit in there, and this is what we're doing together. I'll stop.
We have time. We have time for questions. So first from the analysts have questions. And then if anyone in the audience, we have time, we can have questions from the audience as well. So analysts, if you want to further any discussion or ask questions. Good.
Sure. You should just jump in. You're not going to be in order, but I can start at the bottom. Thank you very much. So I have two questions. I think I'll start with my second one. So you touched on this matter and this figure that a little bit. When I think about the Delta's evolving place in that use of that to describe it, it sounds very much like it's evolving in some process that's completely independent of all of the decisions that get made at all different scales, individuals, households, communities, state, local, federal, It sounds like this is an exogenous process that's happening rather than it's evolving because of all the decisions that are being made at all different levels. And so, what is your thoughts about you thinking about that and pulling that out to make sure that that is understood, that it's not just this process being driven by external forces, it's being shaped by internal forces more than external.
Yeah. And my hearing is dropping off rapidly. I'm about ready for a cochlear implant. But I think you're saying that things are moving really fast. And there's, as you're doing your research, things are changing right in the middle of your 3-year research grant. And this is happening in the natural system as well. And we're not well equipped in the natural sciences or the social sciences to really think inside of a quickly, or at least a significantly moving system, and try to do research that can help advise it. My repeating what you said, Will, or at least something interesting. um, and then how we're also, as social scientists, supposed to help integrate with the natural scientists. My sense is that the research kind of needs to be done at some sort of a more integrative level right from the beginning. I could use the word higher level, but I'm on record here as the word higher level has been said too much. But
on the figure up there, I was getting human well-being and poverty reduction.
yeah,
And I think across the United States and they said with this, there's extreme economic inequality, and that often translates into political inequality.
yeah,
And I noticed that it's up there in this figure a little bit, and you talked about hurting voices, California, American voices. I wonder if you can expand upon that in terms of power inequalities in the basin, research in the basin needs in that area. And you talk about poverty reduction, but part of that is also this voice.
So this particular diagram was set up by conservation biologists looking at biodiversity loss, but working strongly with sociologists and anthropologists and some agricultural economists, development economists. And even back in 2003, we were very aware that tackling global change has got to be done simultaneously with tackling inequality. And we also because I was pretty closely involved in the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, and we also used human well-being rather than gross domestic product or something like that, deliberately, because of all the flaws that we were concerned about with just pushing economic growth as it was turning out. I suspect in the Delta you need to use these terms a little differently. This was for a global analysis that we did look at regions, but we never took up a region as small as the Delta, though the Delta has influence through much of California. 25 million people drink water, related to it. But there are real difficult questions of how you think about improving well-being in a scale the size of the Delta. So how the social scientists will tackle this is a good question. I mean, we have the same problem with how do we think about non-native species in the Delta with just being in a whole pool of non-native species in a California environment with diverse ecosystems and change happening everywhere. How do you, but that's why we have those little arrows in the upper left-hand corner to say this is going on at all different scales. I can say that social scientists are much more inclined to go to that larger scale, and this gets into tricky territory in California politics. And it's just something we'll have to navigate as social science.
So I'm curious about a couple things. One, you mentioned thinking of the Chesapeake Bay, Puget Sound as potential models for two. I'm interested in what students you see them as models and what other models might be out there. And then you answer up there, when you said you did this big album, you were looking at specifically for work that's already been done on the Delta. decision-making for others to make as a question that's on the table.
Okay, thanks, Holly. So the board did look more to the Mississippi Delta, but somewhat to the Chesapeake, a little less so to Puget Sound. We're really interested in Louisiana, Mississippi Delta, and we did not find, we found lots of literature that was New Orleans culture. You quickly learn a lot about jazz, but you don't necessarily really see the interchange. We were more looking for connectivity of the social thinking to the natural processes, and we did not find examples. But the Chesapeake and Puget Sound are interesting examples from a scientific point of view as to how they organize science. And that's a question the Independent Science Board is working with on another review. But, being somewhat familiar with those areas really helps emphasize that if you live around Puget Sound is a part of your identity. But the people who live, sort of 20 miles away from the Delta don't have a Delta identity. There's a very strong Delta identity within the Delta. But then there's all kinds of suburban development around the Delta that, is just only vaguely aware that they're subject to flooding risk. And then you go further than that, to San Francisco, or, it becomes quite vague. So there's not the same sense of identity with a key place as you have in the Chesapeake or in Puget Sound. And that's part of the issue that we need to work with and try to help correct. But it is difficult. The other thing we found out is the Delta is kind of on the corners of a lot of counties, 5, I think. And you try to find statistics on the Delta, and you have to poke around in a lot of different places and try to sort them out, and it's not easy. Whereas Puget Sound, you can take all the counties around the Puget Sound or all the cities within 20 miles of the water and get some information pretty quickly. So just defining the Delta and putting it in a context of California is part of what we need to do.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your patience. My name is Yumiko Henneberry, and I'm with the Delta Science Program, and I'll be moderating this session. So just a update, we will be having one more speaker. Due to the 35-day federal shutdown, we weren't sure if Noah would be able to present, but Evan Sawyer has graciously agreed to present. This is his second day at work, but we really appreciate his time. So we'll begin with the Delta Protection Commission with Eric Fink.
Virginia, sound check. Do I sound okay back there? Too loud? Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Task force members, it's a real pleasure to join you here this morning. I'm with the Delta Protection Commission, which is a state agency, state of California agency formed in 1992 legislation, primarily over concern about urbanization at the periphery of the Delta. Not in the interior of the region, but at the edge of the region, cities like Sacramento, West Sacramento, Stockton, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Oakley, and eastern Contra Costa County. In the late 80s and into during the 1980s, were growing at a pretty rapid clip. This urbanization was moving into the heart of the Delta. And that was really the impetus for the commission to form. Initially, it was the state's only Delta agency. So it was granted a lot of different responsibilities over the years. But since 2009, when our sister agencies, the Delta Stewardship Council and the Delta Conservancy, were formed, the focus of the commission has been largely on representing those who live, work, and recreate within the Delta region in these larger statewide discussions. And I think you all are familiar and acquainted with the co-equal goals for the Delta of water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration. State law requires that those co-equal goals be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances what Dr. Norgaard referred to as the Delta values: agriculture, recreation, culture, and natural resources. At present, our commission is comprised of 15 members. 11 of those 15 members are local officials from the Delta region: county supervisors, city council members, and reclamation district trustees. In addition, we have 4 state agencies that sit on our commission, but we're a little unique in that we are a state agency, but with a very heavy tilt toward local interests. We perform a number of, complete a number of different activities. There are a number of things the commission does. Since 2009, a big focus of the commission has been to advise the Delta Stewardship Council on the development of the overall Delta plan, and specifically how that plan can best protect and enhance the unique Delta values. And so most of these items on the slide relate to activities with the council, including implementing some of the Delta plan recommendations. We have our own responsibilities as well, unique to the commission, including creating a trail network throughout the Delta region, linking the Bay Area to the Sacramento River Trail. This requires a little bit of explanation because this is our own view of our place in this Delta world. I'm sure if the subsequent speakers had a chance to create this diagram, they might see it a little bit differently. But I think the important thing to note here is that we are all working toward accomplishment of the co-equal goals, but each of our entities shares some responsibilities. Specifically between the commission and the council, we have a joint responsibility for land use review within the Delta region. The commission maintains a local land use plan that local agency land use decisions within what we call the primary zone of the Delta, which is the non-urban interior Delta. Any local agency land use determinations must be consistent with that overall plan for the Delta. And of course, the council maintains the overall Delta plan, which is the main land use restriction covering both primary and secondary zones of the Delta. The council and the conservancy have a joint responsibility for ecosystem restoration. The commission and the conservancy have a joint responsibility around economic development, specifically tourism and agricultural. Our concerns are many, and we're very excited about the formation of this task force. Practically everything that we care deeply about is well within the realm of social sciences. We certainly are very concerned about how we accomplish any water supply conveyance improvements throughout the region. And we're especially interested in ensuring that those balance the 2 co-equal goals and then the coda that restricts those, which is protecting and enhancing the unique Delta values. We have a deep concern over invasive species. I used to say invasive aquatic, I guess I can still say invasive aquatic species. Those nutria like to get in the water too, but there are latest addition to a whole suite of invasive species that are damaging to Delta recreation, to Delta agriculture, and of course to the ecosystem as well. We have a deep concern over the fact that the Delta is a very flood-prone region, and so anything having to do with levees, the subsided nature of the lowland portion of the Delta. Levees are really the foundation that all of the Delta values are built upon. Without levees in the Delta, we don't have agriculture, we don't have the same type of recreation. We certainly don't have Delta culture, those historic communities that line the Sacramento River. And so we're keenly interested in levee policy, ensuring that we continue to improve the condition of the levees, and really not just for what we hold dear in the interior Delta, but this is a region that has billions of dollars worth of regional and statewide infrastructure that passes through it. We have 3 important state highways that traverse the region that rely upon flood protection to ensure that those roads remain open for commerce and people movement. And so it's not just the exporters, it's not just the people who care about the Bay Delta ecosystem, it's not just us and others who care about the unique Delta values. There's a lot that is at stake and important to protect within the Delta region. Our own science activities, if you will, at the Commission are fairly limited. We're a small state agency. We're not really set up to perform this. We're a great cheerleader for the efforts of others. But we do have a very particular interest in tourism and recreation. And then, of course, anything that can support agriculture, which is the predominant economic use within the interior Delta region. But we do depend on others with a science program and larger budgets. This is just a partial list, and some of these are not really emerging concerns. They've been concerns for quite a while. Certainly topping that list would be levee system-wide integrity, and that's something that we're trying to do a better job of understanding. We hope others will help us better understand what we believe to be the importance of system-wide integrity of the levees and not treating Delta levees as island by island examples where some should be improved, others don't need to be improved. I think our experience with flooding in the Delta and levee failure in the Delta is that there are always unintended consequences from any single levee failure. It doesn't restrict itself to just a single location. And so we're very interested in further exploring this notion that there needs to be system-wide integrity throughout the entirety of the Delta levee system. And of course, the corresponding flood risk that's associated with that. I mentioned invasive species before. Unfortunately, we continue to have new examples that crop up on the landscape. And you'll hear a more extensive presentation, at least on the invasive aquatic weed species, which have been of most concern, but we're experiencing some animal concerns currently as well. Economic sustainability of the region. The interior Delta is largely agricultural. It's not dissimilar from other agricultural regions in our state and even outside of our state. And yet at the same time, we're very proximate to large concentrations of population. Sacramento metropolitan region, the greater Stockton metropolitan area, and then on the west side of the Delta, the big population of the Bay Area. So what are the opportunities, especially when you're a largely agricultural region and our state policy is to ensure the continuation of agriculture as the predominant land use within the Delta region? What are those opportunities given the proximity to those large population bases? As anyone who travels down to this region knows, we have some real challenges with communications, starting with cellular service, but also extending to broadband service. And in this regard, the Delta region's not dissimilar from other rural areas in the country. Tourism plays an important role in both the recreation economy and just fueling the Delta economy. It's a fairly small economy in the interior Delta. Tourism is an important part of that. And so anything related to tourism is a concern and something we want to be promoting. I think all I wanted to say on this slide, and this is my last slide, we were asked about what some of the potential challenges were to implementing management actions or working collaboratively in the Delta. The current challenge is that we have a big negative unifier throughout the Delta region currently in the form of the proposed Delta Tunnel conveyance. It's a great unifier, but it's completely negative in its approach. There's just truly an existential threat to the communities throughout the Delta region. But we're a little short on positive unifiers. There's great cohesion throughout this region. I come from a rural area in California, further down the Central Valley, and I thought I knew something about community cohesion, but I've really learned it in spades by working throughout the Delta region, and particularly working throughout this string of small Sacramento River Delta communities. But there's great community cohesion within that part of the Delta. There's similar cohesion down at the south end of the Delta in the greater Stockton area. But there's often a challenge to unite all of those throughout the entirety of the region, even as people do really appreciate and understand their regional identity. So not only positive unifiers, but local champions for the Delta region we're always in. We need more of those. We have great ones, but we definitely need more. And I mentioned the big negative unifier earlier. Certainly that's the elephant in the room, that until that is resolved, and we certainly hope for a different resolution than the path we've been on with that project, but that will continue to take up a lot of room and a lot of attention. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I really appreciate this opportunity to give a little bit of a briefing on the commission and hopefully give you a slight sense of what we're working with and what we have out there in this region that Dr. Norgaard actually, we're within 6 counties. We always forget about Alameda County. They have a tiny sliver of the Delta, but primarily we're a region spread out among 5 counties. Some of these counties are incredibly urban, and so it's a little hard to get attention sometimes to this small rural corner that we do represent, but there is strong cohesion among those local elected representatives and a true regional identity that they acknowledge and appreciate. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And we'll hold this here, but I'll repeat your questions so that if you have any, so that the audience can hear. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you talked about your challenges. Can you talk about, like, I don't know, 1 to 3 social science needs? What would you like to see on the social science agenda to help you do your job better?
So I think everyone heard the question. 1 to 3 social science needs. I would say first and foremost, and this maybe isn't exactly social science because there's a lot of engineering and there's a lot of hard science that goes along with levees, but anything related to levees, and not just are they strong enough, are they at the right height, do they have the right composition and geometry, but anything related to this notion of the system-wide function of the levee system would be incredibly helpful. That's that is truly the foundation within the Delta region. It's a challenge to convey the importance that goes beyond those of us, sorry about that, that goes beyond those of us who work within this region and work on these issues on a daily basis. So anything that can help the greater audience understand the importance of the levees. And really that's just linked to what is at stake within this region. I think I'm veering further away from your question, but in addition, there's deep concern about invasive species and particularly how those affect recreation, the impacts they have on Delta agriculture as well. So, and again, that maybe is more in the realm further away from a social science and more toward a physical science in terms of how to control or in some cases eradicate those species. I struggle with it as well. We always we're interested in promoting a deeper understanding of the culture and history of this region. It has an incredibly deep and rich history and culture. There's been an effort afoot in Congress for years now to establish the region as what's called a national heritage area, which are located throughout the country, but strangely, we don't have a designated national heritage area in California. These are areas where the contributions of people have had a significant effect on the landscape. And we think there's really no better example of that than the Delta region. Both, it's rich pre-European history, but even in the more modern era, it's the role it played during the gold rush era. Interestingly, a lot of agricultural technology was invented in the Delta region, and Stockton was a headquarters for much of that activity. So there's just a really deep history and culture to the region that we're always interested in more people understanding, and frankly, more people caring about what happens there. Yes.
Can I follow up on your second one, which was, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you said how do invasive species impact recreation and ag? You suggested maybe that could be more of a physical question, but actually immediately a bunch of social science studies came to mind. But I wonder then, so if I were to do a social science study and I were to find out how recreation is, and let's not say ag, but how recreation is viewed in invasive species. Let's say I find out 90% of them love it. They love invasive species. It's their favorite thing to go see. What would that kind of information do? And I don't mean to,
I'm just having a hard time wrapping my mind around that concept, but okay.
let's say people think nutria are super beautiful or cute and they go hiking so they can find them.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone heard the question? Yeah, you're kind of throwing me for a loop here. That's interesting. Well, yeah, and actually that was the first thing I was thinking of, was that some of this floating aquatic vegetation might have some benefit for recreational fishing in the Delta, but even then I think it's probably a net negative. I think what we would do with that is just balance that out with what, are there other concerns, or is there a countervailing side to that story where the public might think, those little white whiskers are so cute and those yellow teeth are very charming. But how do you balance that out with what, people who are trying to maintain the levees or people who are managing wetlands who are seeing detrimental effects from those animals, how would you, how would you balance that out? It's interesting. I guess you have to be careful what you ask for because you might get an answer you don't expect. But I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I think we would just have to, those who are in a position to make policy on this would just have to take all of that into account and put it all into the big machine and see what kind of policy comes out the other.
There'll be additional time for questions at the panel discussion at the end of the day. If Social Science Task Force has any questions. I wanted to add a little bit of additional context for the audience. So these speakers, each of them are provided with a list of questions to maintain consistency with their presentations. And it seems like those questions might have been omitted from the agenda. So I just wanted to read them off so you're aware of what they were provided and what kind of subject and topics they'll be going through. So the first question was, what is your agency's mission with respect to the Delta region? The second, what are current Delta-related management issues your agency or organization is addressing? Third, what are some high-priority science activities, for example, monitoring, modeling, research, community outreach, in which your agency is engaged in the Delta? Fourth, are there particular emerging concerns in the Delta environment and or communities that your agency hopes to address? And then finally, what are some potential challenges, if any, to implementing your management actions or working collaboratively in the Delta? So those are sort of what the speakers have been provided with. So now we're gonna go to our next speaker. Switch the slides really quickly. So now we'll have two members from our very own agency, the Delta Stewardship Council. We'll have Corey Copeland and Jeff Henderson.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jeff Henderson, and I am Deputy Executive Officer for Planning at the Delta Stewardship Council. And I'm joined this morning by Corey Copeland, one of our environmental scientists, and we're going to address the questions that were just summarized for the group. By way of mission, and we've heard a lot of discussion this morning about the co-equal goals for the Delta, which is essentially California's policy mandate for the Delta, which is to achieve the co-equal goals, 3 parts: providing more reliable water supply for California, protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, and achieving these in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. So essentially our agency's mission is to advance toward achievement of these co-equal goals. And on the water supply side, you essentially have a bit of an infrastructure component. On the ecosystem restoration side, you have essentially an environmental component. And with Delta's evolving place, you have the human and social dimensions. And so that's another way of looking at those co-equal goals from a bit more organizational perspective. About the council itself, the Delta Stewardship Council was created by the 2009 Delta Reform Act passed by the California legislature. The council itself consists of 7 members, 4 are appointed by California's governor, 1 is appointed by the state assembly, 1 appointed by the state senate, and also the council includes the chair of the Delta Protection Commission, so the organization that Eric was just speaking from. So that is ultimately the council, which is an independent state body that's charged with pursuing achievement of the co-equal goals in the context of the 3 Delta agencies that Eric outlined in the previous presentation. The way that the council achieves this is through adoption, maintenance, and implementation of a comprehensive plan known as the Delta Plan. This is essentially a comprehensive long-term management plan for the Delta. It includes components addressing water supply reliability, addressing flood hazard management, addressing ecosystem restoration, addressing Delta as place, and a whole host of other factors that support achievement of the co-equal goals. The Delta Plan consists of regulatory policies as well as advisory recommendations that support achieving the goals that are set forth in the 2009 Delta Reform Act. It includes also performance measures to help track progress. So we do have a series of metrics and measures that we use to track progress toward achieving the co-equal goals. And then the plan itself is reviewed every 5 years and updated as necessary to respond to emerging policy concerns, to incorporate new science that's essentially released along the way, and to respond to any new legislative priorities. I should mention the council also has sort of two, from a political science type perspective, the council has two key roles. One is legislative or quasi-legislative, which is involved with adopting, implementing, and managing the Delta Plan. The other is quasi-judicial, because the council does also have a regulatory function to assist local agencies in the review of discretionary projects for consistency with the Delta Plan. So the council does have the ability to hear individual projects on appeal for consistency with individual Delta Plan regulations. The council staff is comprised both of a planning and performance division as well as the Delta Science Program, our hosts for the session here today. And ultimately, the science program's mission is to update, prepare, and manage a Delta Science Plan that provides a framework for science cooperation across the various agencies and authorities that are vested with implementation of Delta priorities. The Science Action Agenda, which is a 4-year science agenda for the Delta that prioritizes and aligns science actions to help inform management decisions. And it's important to note, among the Science Action Agenda topics, Priority Science Action 3 includes initiating a research program on the Delta as an evolving place that integrates the physical and natural sciences with the social sciences. So that's another basis for some of the work of this task force. And then another component of our science program is the State of Bay Delta Science, which represents a collection of papers that are published in estuary and watershed science that summarize the scientific understanding of the Delta. It's anticipated a lot of that research to date has focused on the natural systems, and it would be a very good outcome of this work in order to incorporate additional social science perspectives in those outcomes. So much of our agency's applied social science occurs through our planning functions and is supported by research and synthesis that's conducted by the Delta Science Program. And Corey's going to summarize some of our ongoing high priority science and management activities. And then I'll close with a number of potential research areas that address some of the concerns or challenges that we face.
Thank you, Jeff. So I think, wow, this echo's odd. So I think that if you want to understand an organization, one way to go about that is to look at what they do, not just what they say they do. And so to that, and I'm going to summarize a number of our high priority science and management activities. One you should be well acquainted with after Dick Norgard spoke, which was the Delta Independent Science Board, which we coordinate along with that board in order to support their review and evaluation of the science enterprise and science done in the Delta. Additionally, we always, every 5 years, have a mandate from the legislator to do a 5-year review of the Delta Plan, and if needed, amend it. At the moment, we are undergoing an amendment for Chapter 4, that is the chapter on ecosystem restoration, as well as protection and enhancement of the ecosystem. To support that, Council CAF staff prepared 3 science synthesis papers. Those papers were on topics of climate change in the Delta, ecosystem stressors, and technologies and techniques for protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. And a part of that was an evaluation of social benefits for restoration in the Delta. One thing that I would notice that a lot of that relied on us drawing from literature, not produced in the Delta region, but on ecosystem restoration writ large. And so that's something that I personally have some interest in seeing developed. Other activities are the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, sometimes called DPIC. This is a committee of 18 different state and federal agencies with some stake in the implementation of the Delta Plan through we sort of are the host of this body, and it's a key place of coordination and governance for implementing the Delta Plan. In addition to updating the Delta Plan, we also are undergoing an update of the science plan. That's from the Delta Science Program, and there's currently a draft of the update out there for comment and review. One of our main activities is covered actions and regulatory processes. So within the Delta Plan, we have regulations covering all major factors related to the co-equal goals, from ecosystem restoration to Delta's place, as well as for water supply reliability. And so covered actions, which are state and local discretionary activities as defined in the Delta Reform Act, have to establish consistency with the Delta Plan and our regulations. And so that's one of our major activities. One that's personally important to me is the reporting of performance measures. That's something I've been spending a lot of time working on. It's like my baby. I'm only one of its parents though. The council in 2008 amended the Delta Plan to include 32 quantitative performance measures, and sometime in the next handful of weeks, we will be launching a website to track those performance measures. Those measures also cover a really broad swath of things, from levee reliability to ecosystem flows to economic circumstances in the Delta. And so it's a really broad picture of what would a successful implementation of the Delta Plan look like. Additionally, we are undergoing a climate vulnerability assessment, which is a two-stage assessment in which we are first looking at vulnerability to assets in the Delta from climate change and sea level rise. And then the second stage is the development of an adaptation strategy to protect or enhance those assets in the face of that new risk, or I guess I shouldn't say new, ongoing risk. And lastly, we're developing a public participation plan. So this is something developed by staff to increase and support successful engagement with the public, as well as a part of our commitment to transparency as an agency. I'll pass this back to Jeff.
Thanks, Corey. And I'll just take a few minutes and summarize what we've labeled as emerging concerns, which sort of hybridizes the question about concerns and challenges. And I'm going to try to present those in a way that help to frame potential research areas, particularly in the social sciences. One of the key challenges that we are all facing, and we definitely face as we look at the co-equal goals, are the challenges of sea level rise and climate change. And the co-equal goals were established in the late 2000s in the context of California's increasing awareness of climate change issues. And so I think the co-equal goals are meant to be accomplished in the context of climate change. And so that inherently makes accomplishing those goals more challenging. It's part of why the council has embarked on a climate vulnerability assessment to better understand some of the dimensions of climate change and how that may affect decisions. We are also working, and that importantly includes the human dimensions of climate change vulnerability. And so really thinking about questions of disadvantaged communities that are potentially in harm's way in light of changing sea levels and changing environmental conditions. Degraded ecosystem is another area of major concern as we look at how to achieve the co-equal goals. We've heard a lot already about new non-native invasive species and threatened species and the conditions that are worsening for those. So that's another important area where it's important for us to understand some of the social dimensions of that, including the potential for further research on the societal values of ecosystem restoration and the benefits, the human benefits of ecosystem restoration. And then ongoing reliance on water from the Delta watershed. We often refer to this as reduced reliance, and it has to do with essentially California's system of conveying water from the north to the south. And you heard earlier Mr. Vink mention tunnels project as one of those potential concerns regarding reliance on water from the Delta watershed. And that is something the council has been integrally involved in terms of using our regulatory authority and potentially considering appeals related to that project. So I think further research on dimensions of reduced reliance and the sort of the human dimensions of that, particularly as it may relate to the human right to water, are important. Environmental justice concerns are also an area that the council staff is very interested in understanding some of the dimensions of key environmental justice questions that may emerge in Delta communities and how the Delta plan could best position to respond to those. As well, I think understanding at a deeper level agricultural values in the Delta in terms of both agricultural heritage as well as dimensions of the agricultural economy and how those interplay with achievement of the co-equal goals. In general, one of the other things that I think we find interesting is change management and thinking about key questions of how human systems, social systems address change. And I think just as a writ large question, that's a very important one for the Delta Science enterprise to potentially address. Good models for stakeholder engagement would also be a good research area for supporting social dimensions of the co-equal goals and really working through collaboration challenges, particularly how stakeholder engagement can progress through potential challenges to collaboration. As has been mentioned, it's a tendency in the Delta for everybody to kind of retreat to corners and use legal processes to solve problems. And I think there's a recognition that achieving the co-equal goals requires a combination of that as well as policy tools, regulatory tools, and collaboration. And one last issue, subsidence. This is essentially a key issue throughout the Delta. Many of the Delta islands are essentially sinking. And there's a reliance on levees to protect those islands. And a lot of our dialogue on subsidence to date has related to ecosystem restoration. But there are also definite Delta as place and social dimensions to subsidence reversal as well. And those could help support Delta communities, could help support agriculture and other of the key Delta as place values. So I think there's room for some research in that arena as well. And with that, I think I'll go ahead and conclude our remarks, and Corey and I are available for questions.
As it was presented earlier, our charge is to sort of develop some document source in social science research for questions or so. So how do you see this feedback from this research suggested by the task force? Infusing into the Delta Plan science program?
I think there's one of the focuses of the council with regard to the Delta Plan is incorporation of best available science. So one of the outcomes could be research around these questions being synthesized in a way that then can be presented to decision makers with policy choices. So based on the social science research that we receive, we would synthesize those findings and move toward development of individual policy or regulation options for decision makers for potential amendments in the future to the Delta Plan regarding how best to better integrate some of these human dimension questions.
I would love to learn a little bit more about your performance measures.
That's all you.
Two parts about it. One, do you feel like you are assessing the co-equal goals in a way that you're satisfied with? And two, what is the plan for who collects that data?
Yeah, so I guess I should start off by talking about the limitations of it, because I think we are assessing the co-equal goals, but probably not in a comprehensive, complete way due to limitations of available data. All of our performance metrics have a quantitative baseline and an explicit temporal target that we're trying to hit. And so we had to find things that have historical data and will have continued to be supported. Those come from all over the data sources. Almost every performance measure has a different data source. So some of those are from the Department of Water Resources. Others are from the Center for Regional Change, supported by the Delta Protection Commission. Some of them are us doing analysis of the farmland mapping and monitoring program. I mean, it's a lot of data. I'd say that between the 32 measures, we probably have about 20 different data producers. And so within that limitation, I think we've done a pretty excellent job at starting to get at what the co-equal goals, what it would mean to make progress towards implementing them. It's going to be really hard for us to come up with measures that definitely prove that we're there, especially when the legislator gave us a timeline of 2100 in order to achieve implementation. And so the uncertainties over that length of time are pretty dramatic, but I'm confident that most of our measures are scientifically supported and that reporting them is a valuable activity.
Next, we have the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy, and we'll have Campbell Ingram.
Good morning, Campbell Ingram. I'm the executive officer of the Delta Conservancy, and that echo really is intense, isn't it? You don't hear that at all back there. Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and speak to you. I'm very excited to see the task force up and running and very anxious to get your input and feedback. We are, as has been mentioned, we were also created as part of the Delta Reform Act. We are a state conservancy. We're one of 10 conservancies throughout the state. But our role essentially is to be a partner to the Delta community, a state partner, and then help to implement the Delta plan, and really with two primary focuses: one, to be a lead agency to implement ecosystem restoration, but then also to support efforts that advance environmental protection and the economic well-being of all Delta residents. So we really do see ourselves as partners to the community, and a lot of our work is engaging the community and trying to understand how we can implement our programs with their engagement. And so again, looking forward to your input on how we can do all that better. Another indication, Eric mentioned, I like his Venn diagram that shows how we all function together and what our overlaps are. So a lot of what's been talked about today, I'll try not to be too repetitive, but there is quite a bit of overlap. Our board is also made up of local interest. We have 11 voting members, several elected officials, but then also 5 county supervisors, one from each of the 5 Delta counties. So you'll see that sort of play throughout what we do as well. Can I sit down to advance the slide? Or here. Sorry. A couple times. So I'm going to talk about, essentially try to answer the questions just through this next slide that just has 4 of our major focus areas. Well, I will start. Sorry. One of the first areas that we work on is collaborative planning. So we have tried on 2 different areas of the Delta to bring together all the relevant interests, the agencies, the local interest, bring them together and do regional planning. So taking some of the larger, higher level planning that's been done in the Delta and drilling down into specific regions. Our first effort was in the Cache Slough Complex, which is up in the sort of the northeast Delta. It's connected to the Yola Bypass, a very significant area for ecosystem restoration. And so our effort, our intent was to try to bring together all of the interest and say, let's really have a dialogue about where restoration works on this landscape. How do we think about restoration? How do we think about agricultural viability, flood protection, and even water supply reliability within this region? How do these things work together? And again, inviting all of those community interests to come together and talk about that. Okay, there we go. Nope.
Sorry.
Okay, well, in general, our phase one was a very productive effort. We essentially brought all the information together, all the data sets together around ecosystem, agricultural reliability or sustainability, flood protection, and water supply. And then with that group started to think about how do those data sets line up and what do they show us? What the challenge was when we started to talk about phase two, the next step, it was really challenging for people to commit to the resource, the level of effort it would take to continue to work together to develop strategy. It's also really challenging for some of the local stakeholders, particularly the counties, to engage in that level of planning, because essentially what that's doing is looking at their region and saying, this is where restoration maybe could or should happen. And that's not comfortable for them because their constituents are typically under those polygons and not comfortable with that type of information being out there. So that process essentially did not move forward. Phase two did not happen. So I think one of our biggest challenges is how do we engage the communities in a way that we can actually have really strong dialogue and have them engaged in sorting out sort of their future. The other process that we did actually just finished up recently. In the end, it was called the Delta Public Lands Strategy. And it was another very similar effort. We originally called it the Central Delta Corridor Partnership. And we brought together all the landowners in the Delta that were either publicly funded or publicly owned lands, thinking that, we've heard from the Delta community from the beginning that they would like to see us do restoration on publicly owned lands first. So is there a way we could take these lands, pretty significant holdings in the Delta now, about 50,000 acres, and think about them more collectively and how do we manage them in a more coordinated way, and how do we get as much ecological value out of that as we can? And that was a very productive discussion. And there's a nice, crisp, about 25-page report that's on our website you can find that talks about that process. And again, we involved the landowners, the agencies, the counties, the reclamation district engineers, and it was a very productive process. Ultimately, what it results in is a pretty high-level strategy for how we think about restoration in the area. The next step that people agreed would be valuable would be really thinking a little bit more about implementation. How do we sort of run through the myriad of issues, the broader social issues, when you're thinking about doing implementation in this region? The challenge there again becomes, do people really have the resources and the energy to engage at that level? And so far the answer seems to be not really. So it's been touched on here too, but we have also spent quite a bit of effort on, we spent quite a bit of effort on trying to get project tracking and performance measure tracking up and running for Delta restoration projects as well. So we've invested pretty heavily in the Eco Atlas program or system that tracks projects in the Bay, and then looking to integrate that with the broader performance measure tracking that the Stewardship Council is doing for all things Delta. I just think that's, hey, there we go. We've been waiting for this slide for a long time. It's so little, really. It's just sort of my notes to remember what to say. I'm on this one now, and then I'll come back to this. I think that's really important. Socially in the Delta, we have yet to really define for the Delta community how much restoration do we need to do? How much do we think is enough in total? And then how are we actually going to tell them along the way how much we're achieving and where we are in that continuation of achieving. So I think that's something that's really important to try to have those tracking systems out there and available to help the community. Another major effort that we do is essentially locally supported multi-benefit ecosystem restoration and economic development. We have Proposition 1 funds for ecosystem restoration, quality improvements, and even agricultural sustainability as it relates to ecosystem. We have about $50 million. We do an annual solicitation. We're on our 4th solicitation now, and we may expend most of that money on this last solicitation. But we ask our applicants to work within their communities, tell us how these projects are supported by the local community. A lot of outreach to all the agencies so that they're aware of these restoration projects and that they're happening in their community. And so, I mean, I'm very pleased that that's allowed us to put 19 projects on the landscape that seem to have a lot of community engagement and support and not a lot of opposition. We just got a first tranche of economic development money. We've been around for almost 8 years. Finally, we have some money in Proposition 68, which is about $12 million, which we're really hoping to run mostly for Delta S Place projects. And I think Eric mentioned the marketing strategy that we've developed with the community. I think most of our efforts have been to bring together the community to help them define how they would like to move forward. So for economic development, what are the types of projects they would like to see? And then we'll try to run those funds in a very similar fashion to our restoration funds, but really get the community to come in and tell us what they'd like and then try to fund projects. Last thing I'll mention is, and it's been mentioned here already, but just to put a little finer point on subsidence reversal, I think this is kind of the great convergence in the Delta. Subsidence reversal or subsidence continues every day in the Delta, and there's a resulting carbon emission, and sea level rise exacerbates that, so all the levee issues. One of our big focuses at this point is trying to come up with incentive programs that at least initially stop the subsidence. That subsidence, I think, as you know, threatens California's water supply and by extension, the very economy of California. But we're also finding new ways of sort of quantifying the emissions that are coming off the Delta, and it's really substantial. About 2 million metric tons of carbon are volatilizing off those peat soils just through the process of draining them for agriculture annually. And that's the equivalent of about 500,000 vehicles. So we are really focused on efforts that are trying to just stop those emissions, stop that subsidence, stop the ongoing risk. And it really comes together in just trying to get everyone to recognize the level of that risk and significance of the emissions and trying to get focus on the effort. So I think through that, I've talked a little bit about a lot of the challenges. I mean, two of the things I kind of wanted to mention. You know, we do work in this environment, lots of agencies trying to work together. We all have objectives that we need to achieve, but it's all through coordination. And I think just the social element of how we work in that environment is really important and could use some focus in our efforts moving forward. And I thought I had one last thing to mention, but I'm not. Well, maybe I'll leave it at that and see if there's any questions.
Thank you. Just from the way you presented and participated in some of these events, I see a lot of data and some projects that can support like social science research from the Delta Conservancy. Do you see have any of these initiatives have been advanced in like research reports or some sort of publication?
Well, I guess I would almost say, unfortunately, a lot of it's sort of in our heads. I mean, the final reports for a lot of our efforts sound like a horse sneeze. Looking around for the horse. You know, a lot of our efforts, you know, will summarize the actual project, you know, the planning project and or the restoration project, but they don't often go into a lot of depth about sort of those social interactions. And so I do think there's a wealth of information there that we'd be happy to share, but it's probably not well documented as much as maybe it should be. That might actually be a help, is almost more of a standardized way to try to push into all the reports that we all do some component about summarizing that social interaction, the social elements of the things that we're doing.
Could you describe a little bit more what you call phase 2, which was not successful? And describe a little bit the amount of resources that went into getting to where you thought you were going to be successful in
Sure.
the communities, and then what were the communities, what level of engagement did they have throughout that process?
Okay, it was a pretty significant effort. It was about a 9-month process, and probably there was close to a year on the front end of that, just to try to design the process in itself and work to get support for the process. Pretty significant outlay of funding to actually have a good facilitator on board and good support from the San Francisco Estuary Institute for the science background. And then essentially, over the course of 9 months and many meetings, we went through and really evaluated each of the different data sets. This was sort of the initial point. What if we just got together and agreed on what's relevant and important around ecosystems, agricultural sustainability, flood protection, water supply, and how we might think about this system. And so that was mostly what phase 1 was. And then there's a nice report on our website that summarizes. The last step really was in that process was, well, we've got a nice picture where the ecosystem opportunities are and a nice picture where high value ag is. Let's just lay them over on top of each other and see what that presents. And, again, my sense was that even just that effort was valuable because it really highlighted, where should we focus moving forward? So then phase 2 was proposed as really kind of diving in a little deeper and coming up with more of a strategy, more specifics. And essentially, and to your question of how was the level of involvement, all of the stakeholders were pretty much involved in that whole process all the time. Certainly it escalated from the planning for the process to the actual process and getting people to engage. But essentially where it really ran into challenge was it was just the capacity for people to really engage in that next step and the challenges of a local interest wanting to have or feeling the need to have more of a strong sort of veto authority, which we couldn't provide. As well as just their sort of discomfort of being out there and doing this planning for their constituents who had pretty strong aversion to any restoration whatsoever. Okay. Help? Sure. Fine with me.
So this is all speculation.
Uh-huh.
But what would your thoughts have been if stage 1 engaged with those, or maybe the way to phrase this question is, given how it ended in stage 2, would you redesign the process going back into stage 1? So knowing what you know about how it ended, would you have done something differently early on?
I'm not sure I could see a major direction change. Again, a lot of what we did was involved kind of crafting with the people that were engaged. What do you think we ought to do? How do you think we can have a process here that's really effective? I'm sure, going back and look at it, we could probably think of some ways. I think the key issue was how do you keep introducing this and pushing this in a way that meets the comfort level of such a diverse array of potentially affected stakeholders. And so that's almost the art of it. How do you keep people at the table? So I'm not sure there'd be a significant course correction, but we're always open to ideas. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Campbell. And I apologize for the slides. I take full responsibility for that. So next up, we have our last speaker for the morning session, Evan Sawyer from NOAA Fisheries.
Thanks for having me. I just got back to work yesterday, so this is probably going to be a little rusty. And I put this together late last night, so if there are misspellings, I apologize. I am Evan Sawyer. I work at NOAA Fisheries in the California Central Valley area office. And so I was excited to be here because I I think a lot of the work that we do doesn't really engage in the social sciences. And I'll explain some of that because of our mandate. But I would look for this task force to help identify ways that we could do a better job of engaging. That's not to say that we don't at all. So NOAA, generally, their mission is science, service, and stewardship. NOAA Fisheries specifically, I just took this from the West Coast Region website, and I just wanted to highlight that really the work that we do here in the Central Valley and the Delta is specific to the recovery and conservation of protected resources, and that's related to the Endangered Species Act, but also to a lesser extent, the Magnuson-Stevens, the management of our commercial fisheries, commercial and recreational fisheries. So within the Central Valley, NOAA Fisheries, or NIMS, is primarily concerned with Chinook salmon, 2 runs, winter run and spring run Chinook salmon, Central Valley steelhead, and the southern distinct population segment of the North American green sturgeon. And fall run Chinook salmon is falls under Pacific salmon, which is managed as a commercial and recreational fishery. Historically, the Central Valley had runs of millions of fish with a lot of diversity. Currently, about 100,000 to 200,000 salmon per year return, and the vast majority of those are hatchery fish, produced in large part to offset the impacts associated with water infrastructure in California. So it's been mentioned before that within California, majority of the water falls, 60% of the water falls in the northern part of the state, with a large portion of it being used in the southern part of the state. So it's transported south, and that has impacts to these species. So how do we do our work in the Central Valley, and specifically also in the Delta? Our primary goal is the recovery of these threatened and endangered species, and this is my Venn diagram that's not as good as some other Venn diagrams, but we try and achieve recovery from all these actions, and primarily ESA Section 7 is the primary way that we are involved with sort of what other agencies do, specifically federal agencies, because Section 7 is specific to federal agencies. And then also adaptive management, collaborative science. We participate with other state and federal agencies and stakeholders within the adaptive management program for the Delta. And large infrastructure planning, in pre-consultation, we're involved in a lot of the planning of some of these large water infrastructure projects. FERC is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. That is a licensing under the licensing action that goes through a similar consultation process, and that's for the dams within the state. The relicensing of dams, hatchery management, as I mentioned, there's we have genetic management plans for the hatcheries so as to not impact or to reduce the impact to native fish. And then restoration and habitat conservation plans refers to Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act. So that's a way for non-federal agencies to be involved with the ESA process, and for NOAA Fisheries or the Fish and Wildlife Service to provide their input and either mitigate, minimize some of those impacts. So the big one here in the Delta and California in general, as I've mentioned before, is these large water infrastructure projects. Wow, okay. CVP, SWP, the gist of it is you're moving water from the northern part of the state through the coordinated releases from dams to the state water project pumps and the Central Valley pumps, which are located in the southern part of the Delta. So to do that, the Delta is maintained at a artificial fresh state so as to transport water through the delta and then via those pumps further south. That means that, so these highlighted rivers, the Old and Middle River in the southern part of the delta, run backwards, and that has impacts to fish. And so what are the issues? It's really, we're concerned with fish, but that bottom line here in California is water. Where, when, how much, and of what quantity or quality. And really, this diagram is from the Delta Challenges report in 2015. And, you know, there are different ways of measuring how much water is flowing through the Delta and how much is being used by whom. But this is a good representation that the water I'm talking about, the water that we're consulting on for fish, on behalf of fish, it falls within that wetland in-stream flows, 32% of a sub-portion, which is the remaining water of 60 to 65 million acre feet. Actual consulted on amount of water is 1% of that 60 to 65%, or 60 to 65 million acre feet. So it's really a small amount because, again, as I mentioned before, the delta is kept at a artificially fresh water state, and most of that wetlands in-stream flow water is used for that purpose, to keep the delta fresh so that we can transport water through the delta and then further south. Again, our NOAA Fisheries is concerned with restoring and rebuilding fish populations. This is just a diagram that on the right, this is these are the viable salmonid population criteria that we use to assess the extinction risk for species. And this is Lindley et al. 2007 that identifies how we use those viable salmonid population criteria to assess the extinction risk of these species. And we use that, and sort of the conclusions from this is we really can't lose any more populations, and habitat needs to be expanded because of historical habitat loss. Priorities. So I took this from our fiscal year 19 priorities yet to be funded. We're operating under a continuing resolution, but this is a continuation. So again, we're primarily engaged in these water infrastructure projects. We will be reconsulting. We are in the process of reconsulting on the combined operation of the CWP. We do a lot of work with monitoring within the Delta, and I can't emphasize enough how much we rely on our state and federal partners for the work that they do in this arena. And we are being encouraged to enhance our efficiency with the consultation process. Again, for these large infrastructure projects, Sites Reservoir in the northern part, or formerly north of Delta off-stream storage, Temperance Flat, which is South Delta, and then Shasta Dam raise, Shasta being the largest reservoir in California, and it's the big heavy on which the northern part of the state stores water not contained in the snowpack. Emerging concerns, continued species population decline, increasing human population, and climate change drought. So basically it's water scarcity. Limited resource made more limited, continuing to be limited. Continuing challenges, there's uncertainty going forward, and then competing interpretations of science. This is, I guess what I would say is trust between stakeholders and the federal agencies. The science that we're basing our decisions on, people have mentioned before, the best available science. It's been found in 2009, we issued a jeopardy biological opinion on the combined operation of water in California. And it was challenged in court based on the science that was used to make the determination. And that has really been the point where we focused our efforts to resolve the differences in terms of these interpretations. I also just wanted to point out that NOAA Fisheries has a wealth of social science resources at our Southwest Fisheries Science Center. The primary thrust of that social science research is typically with coastal communities, fishing communities related to Magnuson-Stevens, which has National Standard 8, which identifies fishing communities as important to the nation as a cultural resource. And so we want to preserve those in the way we can while still managing our fisheries to achieve maximum sustainable yield. But we also look at the Delta, and there is ongoing research looking at really the ecological trade-offs between the Delta conditions and what the impacts are to agriculture. And I just wanted to identify that Cameron Spear would be a great resource for the task force to consult. And I guess I'll leave it at that, but I would also just mention that someone else had mentioned the FEMA, the NFIP program. Their, individual communities have their not fishery management plan, but floodplain management plans, and those are what individual communities develop so as to participate in the flood insurance program. And it's if nothing else, it's a community's active engagement in sort of how they relate to the larger ecosystem, I guess, in the Delta. There, I'll stop there. Yeah. This one?
Yeah. I mean, if there are any questions, I'd love to talk a little more about them.
Yes. So I had a limited opportunity to talk to Cameron, which was just yesterday as I was sorting emails from the last 35 days. But there's additional information on the Southwest Fisheries Science Center website in terms of their ongoing research and the social sciences branch there. And Cameron has actually just, I believe it's published, but if not, it's in a draft that really talks about exports from those South Delta facilities and the correlating impacts to agriculture. So the amount of exports to changes in agricultural production. And one of the things that he was talking about is that in a lot of estimates of water impacts, so job loss, things like that, that they're looking at trying to quantify the precision of some of those socioeconomic indicators to provide a better understanding of the certainty of those indicators.
Does your office engage with the California Current work with space management, trying to integrate more social science?
Not really. So again, so our office is kind of special in that our focus is almost entirely on protected resources. So really it's that Endangered Species Act nexus, whereas a lot of other regional offices have a much larger focus on MSA and commercial fisheries. And so we're unique in the sense that basically our bread and butter are these large water infrastructure, and which are very political, very litigious, and that's been our focus. If anyone thinks of other questions, I'll answer those later.
Again, we do have the panel discussion at the end, so we can address those then too. So thank you. We're going to get started with our afternoon of presentations, and I will invite Karen from DWR to come up and take it away.
everyone. My name is Karen Gertz. I am clearly not Ted Frank. Ted came down with a really bad cold, so he tapped me to come and give this presentation today. I'm going to tell you up front that I completely apologize. I found about it kind of late yesterday, so I may not be able to answer all of your questions, and I'll probably be doing a lot of reading and so forth. So apologies up front. Today, I'm going to give you more of a high-level overview of the department and a little bit about some of our water challenges and a couple ways on how we're addressing, so I'd like to call those successes. So DWR, so in broad terms, the Department of Water Resources mission is to sustainably manage the water resources of California in cooperation with other agencies to benefit the state's people and protect resources, to protect, restore, and enhance the natural and human environments. We have a brand new strategic plan. One of our top core values is environmental stewardship. So we are committed to addressing the impacts of the State Water Project. The Department of Water Resources runs the State Water Project. It goes all the way from the top to the bottom of the state of California. The majority of the water flows directly through the Delta. That's just a close-up image of the Delta for those of you who don't really know the landscape here. The flows within the Delta, this is a high-level overview of the flows within the Delta. It is an estuary. There is saltwater intrusion coming in from the Pacific Ocean on the west. And then freshwater. Okay, it's done. And then freshwater, most of the freshwater in the system is coming from the Sacramento River in the north and the San Joaquin River in the south. The American, McCollum, Calaveras, and Cosumnes rivers do actually provide a fair amount of fresh water as well, but the majority of the water comes from the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin. A portion of this water is diverted out to pumping stations down in the South Delta, and it gets distributed to our water contractors and users throughout the state of California. A high-level overview of our water challenges. State Water Project is now deemed historical. It's over 50 years old. So we have some aging infrastructure and system deficiency now. As things age, this happens. System deficiencies can put public safety, financial stability, and economic well-being of the state at risk of flooding. California's Bay Delta system is declining. I'm sure many of you have heard that there are numerous fish populations at record lows. Water supplies are becoming less reliable. Again, you compound that with our aging infrastructure and a growing population, and just enhances the pressure on the existing water systems. Multi-year drought has further stressed our water supplies, and our reservoirs and groundwater levels are also declining. Throw in all of that, the uncertainties of climate change, a change in our hydrograph, including less snow peak, higher flood peaks, sea level rise, just create a whole boatload of uncertainties that we're trying to manage. So the next few slides are about two projects that have to deal with salmon movement, and then one program that DWR invests in to try to manage some of these issues. And I will tell you that I'm not the program manager of this project. Victor Pacheco in our Bay Delta office is. Feel free to contact him for more information. The Georgiana Slough Non-Physical Barrier Project, many of you may or may not know that there are permanent barriers that get put in seasonally in South Delta near the head of Old River to enhance flows in certain areas and also to direct fish passage. This up in the north was an opportunity to take a look at some non-physical barriers. We tried lights, we tried bubbles, we tried all sorts of things. And we used all of our modeling and data to come up with a plan to try to maximize salmon survival and movement through the system. Recommendations and a final plan will be coming out very soon. Assuming that we get buy-in and can secure funding, we will hopefully try to implement our recommendations by winter 2021. The next one I'll talk about is a suite of 6 projects in the Yolo bypass. And this is again focusing on salmon survival, salmon improvement, and salmon passage. The first up is Wallace Weir. The groundbreaking occurred several years ago. The construction is almost complete. Fremont Weir, groundbreaking was last year and the construction is complete. And we've also run a couple of pilot efforts last week on the operations and things are looking really good. I actually saw some fish go through. There's an agricultural crossing improvements. Work's going to be commencing this summer. Lisbon Weir is going to be later on this summer as well. And the Yolo Bypass Habitat Restoration and Fish Passage larger project, we are still in the planning phases. However, the EIR and EIS have been released. And then we're also in our initial planning efforts to look at the Yolo Cuda Creek realignment. One program that the department is heavily invested in is the Interagency Ecological Program. IEP, as for short, is a consortium of 9 different state and federal agencies, and it provides critical scientific leadership. Most of the work is focused on implementing compliance mandate, fish water quality sampling, as well as food web. It's all done in a cooperative manner. So we have monitoring, multi-agency monitoring teams, research projects, modeling, and something new that we've started in the last about 5 years is really honing in on our synthesis projects. We do have an emphasis on applied science for decision making and compliance. Most of the way that we sort of filter out projects is whether or not they can be used specifically for decision making. And the real sort of benefit and the reason why we invest so much time and money in IEP is because it provides a platform for collaboration. It can be very hard sometimes when all of the various agencies come in with their priorities and their projects, but we always seem to work it out and get to common ground. And this is how we do it. There's a huge commitment to adaptability and learning. There are several inputs from directors, stakeholders, the public on policy direction and science needs. They really just sort of then kind of output into our projects. We take that guidance. We actually also have a science strategy. We are updating that. We are toying with including social sciences as a section in it. We're not quite sure how to do that. So some input there would be good. Our science strategy really informs our work plan. So it's the sort of bins and categories that we utilize to create our work plan. And then we have the project implementation. So that's a very quick overview of what the Department of Water Resources does and a couple of projects and programs that we have in order to address some of those concerns. For more, you can follow us on social media. We have a very active Facebook account. As well, you can contact Ted Frink or myself, Karen Gertz. All of our emails are the first name dot the last name at water.ca.gov. Thank you. I know that was pretty high, but but.
I'm curious about, you go back one slide, so that process, are you making, is the strategy based on funding source that you pulled together? It's just developing the priorities for the science and each of the different organizations?
Yeah. So what I didn't mention on this slide is that all member agencies have their own priorities. All member agencies have their own funding sources. So IEP, a lot of people think of IEP as it's a standalone agency, but it's really more this platform for collaboration. So the decisions are made on priority science needs, not necessarily on funding. It's incumbent upon the program managers within DWR, USBR, Delta Science Program, USGS, all of the ones down here, to find that funding and move forward with the projects that the group decided were scientifically sound and technically good for our decision. That power is retained. Yes. Yeah. It's been really, I'll be very honest with you, it hasn't gone very well. We have stakeholder meetings quarterly. We've tried really hard to bring NGOs in, and I think it's just because of the funding that there just isn't time. And because each individual agency retains the funding structure, we don't have a grant system to get more of that input. There's no carrot, essentially. It's been definitely, so several years ago, there was a business practices review, and most certainly other non-agency folks were highlighted as the group that we really needed to figure out how to target. And we've tried several ways to bring them in, and it just hasn't worked. We have another couple minutes if anyone else from the audience has a question. Okay. All right. Thanks. And even though my name's on here, feel free.
All right, so next up we have the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Alex Huron and Vicki Monroe are going to be presenting. Let me get your slides up here. All right, I will show you.
So, hello everyone, my name is Alex Heron. I'm a research scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Prior to that, I was a postdoc at the University of California, Merced, looking at public perception of drought and water management. So I'm really excited to see that the task force has been assembled, and I really look forward to hearing about the other work being done in the Delta and ways that we can all work to coordinate and collaborate on social science research. So the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is a public trust agency. We're charged with managing California's diverse fish, wildlife, and plant resources and the habitats upon which they depend for their ecological values and for their use and enjoyment by the public. So essentially our agency, our department is charged with protecting both game species and non-game throughout the state, which includes the non-wildlife, non-fish, the habitats that they depend upon. So in addition to our managing wildlife and fish, regardless of where they occur throughout the state, the department also has several different wildlife areas, ecological reserves, and fish hatcheries that they manage directly that contribute to the Delta. Areas like Grizzly Island and Hale Slough are important sources of wildlife habitat, and they also present important ecological values and recreation opportunities to communities in the Delta. The critical verb in our mission statement is to manage. This is really kind of a broad statement, so I just want to give some examples of what it looks like on the ground, or in case of the Delta on the water. First, our department is in charge of permitting and regulations for a lot of the wildlife and restoration efforts. This include lake bed and stream bed alteration agreements, memorandums of understanding around endangered species take, issuing scientific collection permits, and also issuing incidental take permits for species that are listed on our state endangered species list. We also collaborate with different agencies for other different, such as the Delta, some of the levees and fish restoration programs that require interagency collaboration. Secondly, our department also conducts research. We are part of that interagency ecological program that Karen just discussed. We were one of the logos down there. We work with different agencies, academic institutions. I know Dr. Milligan and Elio Krause are in the audience, and our department collaborated with them on some of their research they're doing in the Franks Tract area in the Delta. We also, our biologists also conduct different ecological surveys, species monitoring to help inform different policies in the Delta and different decision makings to make sure that decisions are based on ecological science and we have the data and support needed to make those necessary decisions. Lastly, our department also interacts with the public. So we have a lot of what we interact with the public is we're in charge of administering the law enforcement division. So fish and game wardens go out, they check to make sure people have fishing licenses, hunting licenses, talk about opportunities. We host different hunts on public land, different angling and fishing opportunities, so different recreation opportunities. But we also have a whole suite of different interpretative and educational services. A lot of these lands that we operate have nature centers, so we have education events and interpretive staff who work there. We even have a couple of different mobile fish aquariums, so we take around to different parts of the Delta and Central California to teach kids about different fish issues. So all of these different activities require a large dedicated staff. Our department has just under 3,000 employees throughout the state. Specifically related to the Delta, we divide the state into 6 different terrestrial regions, and we have another marine region along the coast. Our region 3 is the Bay Delta region, and they do a lot of the work that I just mentioned about species monitoring, interpretation, and some of the permitting regulation. We also have a science institute for the entire statewide. This science institute is led by Christina Sloop, and its mission is to ensure the quality, visibility, and integrity of the science that is used by the department. And finally, we have my unit, which is a new unit, Human Inventions of California Wildlife Conservation, that just started late September 2018. And the goal of our unit is to better understand our stakeholder needs, better understand stakeholder concerns, looking at providing the department with different social science expertise to help engage stakeholders and aid in conservation and communication efforts. So our department is fairly involved in the Delta issues. This is a report that just was recently released by the Science Institute. So I encourage anyone who's not familiar with it to look it up. There's a link on our website. They looked at the Delta Conservation Framework. It was developed as a communication and planning guide to plan Delta activities and conservation efforts through the year 2050 by our department. It had cited developed 7 different goals for that plan. The first 3 of which are all focused on sort of communication and social science aspects based around communicating, engaging, and educating people. The first goal is regular communication among stakeholders that should be integrated into all conservation initiatives. The second is to support and expand existing public outreach efforts. And the third is to develop multi-benefit conservation strategies that balance environmental and human needs. This framework uses a regional conservation partnership model. This involves bringing together different stakeholders, members of the public, agencies, NGOs, to talk, discuss problems, to evaluate different needs, define the problems, look at possible solutions, and consider the best available science. Then together collaboratively look at some of the different alternatives, look at how those alternatives may operate in different future scenarios of shifting climates, shifting social conditions, and then evaluate the scenarios, and then both to develop, choose sort of the, come to a consensus of one of the scenarios and one of the alternatives, and then develop strategies to actually reach that. So it's sort of for those of you familiar with it, it's a combination of structured decision-making as well as some scenario planning involved. One of the challenges that this regional conservation partnership, for this regional conservation partnership model, is that we have these different scenarios here, and it's really difficult to predict exactly what future conditions are going to be like. So I'm just going to talk briefly about a lot of people have already mentioned different emerging concerns or priority concerns. A lot of it is, this is going to be repeats from the earlier presentation, so I'm just going to go through it quickly, just identify some of the high priority Delta issues that are pertinent, especially to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The first, as we've all are aware of, the Delta is a really dynamic system. It is constantly changing. It's subject to both droughts and floods. So it's really going to be a challenge in developing sort of static plans that are able to meet the changing conditions and changing needs of the Delta. So one challenge is just figuring out ways to, for our own decision-making and conservation efforts, to be resilient to adapt to conditions on the ground. Second, the Delta is home to a lot of the agricultural, water, and shipping industry and infrastructure for the state. Even without these constant changing dynamics, it's just a challenge to balance these different competing goals of ecological and environmental with the different human needs. We have invasive species. Nutria are probably one of the a good sort of, I guess, poster child for invasive species, but we also have concerns for smaller mammals, birds, invertebrates, weeds, plants that all impact the wildlife or impact habitat for wildlife and fish in the state that our department needs to manage. Last year, Governor Brown signed the Biodiversity Initiative. This is for all different departments and agencies throughout the state of California, but our department is going to be a key player that we're charged with several of the different components of the initiative, carrying them out. So biodiversity, of course, has always been a priority for fish and wildlife, but looking at the future of the Delta, it's going to be especially important as the Delta is really a hotspot for biodiversity. Going back to our mission statement, the last part of our mission statement is talking about managing fish and wildlife for both their environmental and ecological values, as well as for their use and enjoyment of their public. So recreation is a big component of what our department does. Reaching out to different, both in sort of traditional hunters, anglers, people who've consumptive uses of wildlife and fish, as well as new areas of wildlife watching, non-consumptive uses, trying to be as inclusive and engaging as possible. And one of the other things that we're involved with is when there's a problem with wildlife or fish in the state, we are the ones that get called out, well, not me, but other folks in our department get called out, and they respond to these instances, either our biologists or wardens. So our department investigates fish kills, avian mortality, if there's a threat to public or private property or a public danger. We're sort of charged with going out there and responding and trying to make sure that conditions are safe and resolving some of the human-wildlife conflict throughout the state. So obviously there are social science components to each of these things. Since I've only been in this position for 4 months and I only have a few more minutes left, I'm just going to focus on some of these last two, since those are sort of what I've been involved with the most and are most familiar with me. So one thing from a social science perspective is understanding human behavior and what happens and what behaviors bring us into conflict with wildlife. So these are, when people have a problem with wildlife, they can report it on our online system. These are just the counties around the Delta. I'm not sure if I got all 6 of them, but so, it's just sort of a rough estimate. we find that the most reported incidences involve wild pig and wild turkey. This is kind of unique to the Delta. If you did it statewide, bears, mountain lions, and deer are the top 3 problem species. So really, this is an example of where we really need a regional approach to understand what it is about this area, what behaviors, what types of development are going on that are bringing people in these specific types of conflict. It's not just behavior that drives conflict, human-wildlife conflict. There's also social psychological values. So this is research coming out of the Colorado State University project. I highly recommend it if you're not familiar with it, looking at different ways that people perceive and value wildlife. When we see that, there's 2 broad types. There's a traditional utilitarianism value set that sort of agrees that wildlife, it's appropriate to use wildlife for human benefit, versus a more mutualistic that has more value on wildlife and its intrinsic benefits. And we see in California, Mike Manfredo and his research group have surveyed the entire nation, and in California in particular, we have the highest proportion of those mutualistic values in the country. So we need to take that social science data, that psychological data, and look at how that interacts with the way, or how that influences the way people interact with wildlife. Nationwide, we see this trend in sort of traditional forms of wildlife-associated recreation. So a big decrease in fishing, small numbers, portions of people decreasing hunting. So we're seeing a shift of people moving away from these traditional activities and more into new, different recreation activities such as hiking, camping, wildlife viewing. So trying to figure out ways that our department can adapt to that and be more inclusive and engaging our different publics. So just to wrap up, we really value this regional conservation partnership, and we're really interested in incorporating social science. Well, some of the challenges we have is that to be effective at the regional, we need staff and resources. Our human dimensions program is 1.3 people. Vicki couldn't make it today because she fell ill, but so you see one of the 1.3 here. So it's really challenging for us to delve into too deeply into any one specific region. So having a better understanding of what research is going on in the area, what projects are going on, and where we can collaborate and partner up will make it much easier for us to engage in different research projects and to coordinate. I've always been somewhat cautious about entering into Delta research previously because I'm always concerned of research fatigue. There's among the participants, as well as I don't want to step on anyone else's toes. So understanding exactly who is out there, who is doing the research, can help us better, collaborate and build partnerships, which I think is, sort of a guiding force behind this task force. So thanks for taking the time to hear about some of the research we're doing. If you have any questions, I guess take them now or later. But yeah, so and again, any mistakes I made in here are mine, though I did have a lot of impact or comments from my supervisor, Victoria Monroe, as well as Christina Sloop, Sakura Evans, Stacy Sherman, and other folks in our throughout our department who contributed ideas and thoughts. So thanks.
Any questions for Alex?
Do you happen to know any of the history of how your 1.3 positions got brought in, and what was the for that?
So yeah, so there has been a increase in bringing in more human dimensions researchers for a lot of state agencies. For us, it just took a while for we had funding available, but it took a while just to get the position posted. So bring it on. So it was a priority of our previous, or I guess he's still our current director, but and we're expecting that we're really trying to sort of build the social science arm of the department and partnerships in the future as well. But one of the things is we have human wildlife conflict is a big driving force. So we have a lot of mountain lion, coyotes, a lot of different sort of charismatic fauna that can run afoul of human development. So that's sort of one of the guiding forces of how to deal with that and how to manage that. There was some litigation. but yeah, I think a part of this, the shifting values is that, and especially in highly urbanized areas, that, some of the traditional ways of dealing with wildlife aren't working. So trying to figure out a way to build bridges between different stakeholders for a more effective approach is one of the things that is bringing it. We have, there's a few different litigations, but I'm not sure exactly how much of that is driving that versus when you deal with species like wolves and coyotes, there's always going to be litigation. So that's, yeah.
You talk a little bit about the role of the sites to actually allocate funding within the Department of Fish and Wildlife, or is it just really a peer review?
So, Christina Sloop is the lead of the Science Institute, so she can address that. If you have specific comments, she's probably in a better position to elaborate that. What do we have now? We might have a small grants program, and they do the peer review, but they actually have a number of different positions. So they have, they're just hired a biodiversity initiative position. So those positions sort of go through and they look at the science being done throughout the department, hosting workshops, trying to build capacity within the department to address that. So some of it is peer review, but it's also sort of, there is funding for positions and projects for it. But, yeah.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience?
How do you connect the conservation framework with the other planning efforts, like Delta Plan?
So yeah, so that's a great. So that conservation framework that our department has developed, they actually went through, and because of the focus and regional approach, they actually went through and they've looked at. So that's just sort of a broad overview, but I believe the different plans were there's case studies in that report. So a lot of it is building with what some of the in areas where there are those initiatives and planning efforts already intact. Sort of building collaborations and building those into a larger cohesive framework is the goal. In areas that don't have those plannings, is using existing studies and existing planning methods to serve as a model to develop those.
All right, next we're going to have a presentation from the Division of Boating and Waterways of California Parks Department. I'm going to get the presentation. And a reminder, I forgot for presenters, when there's questions without a mic, if you could repeat the question so everyone can hear, that would be great.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Caudell. I work for the Department of California Parks and Recreation, Division of Boating and Waterways, and the program that I help support is the Aquatic Invasive Plant Control Program. I want to thank everyone for allowing me the opportunity to speak about our program here. So very quickly, we're going to go over the program overview, what the mission and background would be along with the goals, talking about kind of what the program does, current and upcoming control methods. We are a very regulated program. Our permits are generally for 5 years. So every time a new 5-year cycle comes up, we have the opportunity to look for new control methods that we can utilize, along with some of the monitoring that we're doing and some of the research that we've been looking at. Embracing adaptive management is pretty new for us. Wanted to talk a bit about that, and then questions if there's time at the end. So the mission of state parks is to provide for the health, inspiration, and education of the people of California, and ultimately to help preserve the biological diversity. The program that I work for is focused entirely on the Delta, so the 68,000 water acres of the Delta. And when you branch into Sassoon Marsh, which is a part of our project area, you get to about 101,000 water acres, and that is kind of our charge as the Division of Boating and Waterways. So we are here as a control program, not an eradication program, against aquatic invasive plants in the Delta, tributaries in Sassoon Marsh, the 101,000 acres that I had mentioned. And we're really trying to conduct effective management over this area over as long a period of time as we possibly can based on funding initiatives and so on and so forth. One of the things that we've started to target starting this year is we have the permits to treat up to 15,000 acres per year. And we are looking more at the treatment methods rather than the invasive weed species, as a lot of the treatment methods would be viable on multiple species. So instead of just looking at one species. In the past, based on kind of the legislative, when the program started kind of in 1982, It was the Water Hyacinth Control Program. It was based on a single weed species. And in '97, they added Aguirredensa. It's Brazilian waterweed. It's a submerged aquatic vegetation species. And so the program was based on species specifically. And as legislation had to come through to allow us a single species, eventually, back in 2013, we were allowed to work with CDFW. We didn't have to go through legislation to add new species. We would just work with CDFW, who would help us determine if a species is considered invasive or not. And we can go from there, which makes it a lot easier to kind of determine a weed species that may be invasive, and you have less kind of legislative burden, if you will, to go through. As I mentioned, the program is very heavily regulated. So every about 5 years, we get biological opinions. And these come from NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And branching off of that, after we have those, you have all of these other different kind of regulatory permits and items that we have to both maintain and follow. And so like in this particular example, based on some of the issues with the tunnels we had heard about, we are still waiting for U.S. Fish and Wildlife to provide us with a current permit, which was we were hoping to have for this particular treatment year, but we won't have. But then everything else will follow afterwards, which would allow us kind of the new control methods I'll talk about a little later. So we had a lot of Venn diagrams earlier, and I guess we're just going to jump on board with that. We have environment, public health, and economy are kind of the three-legged stool that we have to balance when we go out and do our work. So again, control program, not eradication program. One of the major sources of kind of both research and our federal nexus is the USDA. And what the federal nexus allows us to do is, in a sense, through them, we're allowed to have indirect consultation with the federal agencies when we get our permits instead of just putting a package together and submitting to them. So we get to work with them more, get feedback, any research that we would have to go through to kind of support whatever our biological opinions would be. And that provides the framework for our program moving forward, along with all the other kind of, local, state, regulatory compliance matters that we had before. So adaptive management, you got plan, do, evaluate, and respond. And so when the program first started, this really wasn't on the minds. It was go out there in the biggest complaint areas possible, find these weeds and try and do whatever you can to get rid of them. That's fine, right? It's a good start. And then you move more towards, all right, well, what's our plan for this year? All right, good, let's do it. That's even better. And then figure out what worked, what didn't, how can we put together, whether it's performance metrics, how can we answer questions, what's our annual reports that would be of use to both regulatory agencies and kind of in internal parks or boating or waterways, and use that to determine what should our plan be for next year, instead of our plan every year would be the exact same, right? Go find the weeds, go kill them, go home. We're trying to do a little more than that, and I think we've come a long way. I've been with the program for about 3 years, and I think that the progress has been pretty substantial over that time. So currently today, we primarily focus on herbicide treatments. And the primary chemicals you see are here. Mechanical harvesting is a physical control method. And physical removal would be hand picking, where it's literally going to be some of our field crews maybe herding plants like hyacinth in an area and picking them out of the water. That's kind of what we're allowed with the permits today. And moving forward, we've added biological controls, which is going to be a much longer term solution, where this does not eradicate or necessarily kill plants and that are invasive in an area, but it does allow for the control. It's going to stress these plants out. It's going to help reduce its population. It's going to reduce its ability to spread. And as long as they survive the winters, it's going to be there. It could be there for a very long period of time, helping control certain areas where we wouldn't be able to go in due to permit restrictions, herbicide restrictions, or otherwise, along with some new physical controls. So something we've never tried before that we're hoping we get the permits for would be physical barriers, booms, bladders, benthic mats, diver-assisted suction, and a number of other tools that we're really aiming for, which could give us a much better opportunity to not necessarily use a one-size-fits-all approach to controlling weeds in the Delta. We are very aware of the endangered species that are in the area in 101,000 acres and 11 counties. When you add the Sisseton Marsh area and the southern tributaries, there's a lot that we have to pay attention to besides just, is that a target weed and can we go and kill it? So as has been mentioned before, from the NOAA Fisheries, you've got the Chinook salmon, you've got green sturgeon, and a number of others that we have to deal with on a pretty frequent basis. The ones that we generally have to deal with the most are Delta smelt, Chinook salmon, and the giant garter snake. Everything else is not as big a presence in some of the areas that we're in, but we pay attention to all of them, as they are all, again, endangered species for a reason, very important. So when I mentioned before, from the legislative perspective, we went from weed to weed to weed to, in 2013, all right, you guys figure it out, right? Work amongst yourselves and get multiple species that you think are invasive. And so we've added a number on there besides just water hyacinth and Agaricus densa. And I put the years here as well of the different weeds that we've added on top of alligator weed, and we put us forth a risk assessment for pennywort. And one of the challenges, as I understand, for pennywort is there's multiple species of pennywort. Some of them are native and some of them are non-native. So the challenge within the divisions and the departments would be a weed can be invasive, but what happens if it's native? And so that's a question not necessarily for us, that's kind of for CDFW to figure out. What are they going to do? One of the emerging concerns that we would have are, so alligator weed is an example. Through our collaborations with CDFA, so Food and Ag, they alerted us that alligator weed is making its way south into the Delta. And they took a picture right outside of our office in Sacramento and said, this is alligator weed. So we worked very quickly with them to get that added as an invasive species. So this is an opportunity for us with collaboration to try and identify some of these very early onset kind of invasive species and the possible chance that maybe we can eradicate it to an extent. Since we do have boundaries to our control program area, anything north of around the Tower Bridge, for example, is kind of out of our scope. So anything flowing on down, I can't really go after the source. I can only kind of treat the symptom. And so that's just one of the challenges of a control program. But again, an emerging concern. We've also, since we have a high presence in the Delta, we've also been working with CDFW to alert them to nutria sightings. And we've had at least one successful sighting where sometimes all we could do is we could take a picture of either where we think they've bedded or nested or an actual nutria itself, and we would send it over to CDFW. We've had at least one positive sighting. So that's an opportunity for us to collaborate more with the agencies that operate in the Delta, since we do have a pretty decent presence in the Delta for 4 days out of the week. Some of the monitoring that we're doing, which is maybe associated with some of the research questions that we were posed, would be we have Landsat 8 imagery, which gives us a picture of the Delta every 16 days. The pixel sizes are pretty large, but it gives us kind of an idea of what's out there and how much is out there within our project area, which is a really good place to start if you want to find out how you're doing with controlling invasive weeds within the Delta. We've done some limited hyperspectral, which generally gives you a better picture of what you're looking at. It tends to be significantly more expensive though, which is kind of a challenge on the funding aspect. And we've done some hydroacoustic mapping, which allows us to look at submerged vegetation. And because of the time constraints on gathering the data, we can generally only look at the acres we've actually treated. So if this room was the Delta, I only treat these 3 tables, that's generally all I'm able to look at. But at least have a pretty good picture on how we're doing year over year with vegetation. And combined with rake pulls, we're able to find out what the speciation is instead of just it's green or it's not. I'm going to move on a little bit faster since my time's kind of running out. So satellite monitoring, here's an example of something we'd get. So we take a look up in the Liberty Island area and we find that site 262 over here has quite a bit of floating vegetation that we ought to pay attention to. And maybe that's something we should use as far as our evaluation and planning for the next year. Hydroacoustic mapping gives you just a sense of red, high vegetation at low mean tide. Blue would be kind of just water, which is great. And so this is an example of kind of before and after or year over year. We looked at Kings Island as the particular site here. And just another example of that with a kind of a chart of the species that we've seen there. So we generally, due to time limitations and funding limitations, we'll look at presence absence to start instead of density or percentages, so we can find out what's out there. And we've just started collecting that data just this past year. So we unfortunately don't have a rich data set to work on when it comes to this. Adaptive management. This is part of talking about some of the challenges and maybe other emerging concerns, but we're a control program. So sometimes reaching out to the other programs within the Delta might not be as easy based on just trying to deal with this particular issue. which is the controlling of invasive weeds, which, as several presenters before mentioned, is kind of an issue. So improving collaboration, communication with our collaborators, improving the tracking that's out there through monitoring or other means that we have available, awareness for sensitive species beyond ESA as they may become endangered species someday. And that's something we want to kind of take into consideration as well. One of the research opportunities we put together, we have submitted a manuscript talking about Frank's Tract. So our program has been treating Frank's Tract for over 11 years now with an herbicide fluoridone, and rake samples have been collected at up to 100 different sites. Not always 100, but it's always the same rake points that are being checked, and they looked for presence absence of different weed species that are out there, plant species that are out there, and whether it's abundant or not. So if you think of just a literal rake, you're going to throw it down there. If half of what's on that rake is a particular species, you would consider that to be dense. Otherwise, you track everything that's on there. And over the course in time, from 2007 to, say, 2017, the primary species has gone from primarily non-native Aguirrea densa and curly-leaf pondweed to native Richardson's pondweed, which is a nice success story. We're hoping it's published soon that we can share with others, and we're hoping that the program can really push that research to talk about some of the success stories that we've got here. And in a slight collaboration, if we kind of move a little more towards social science, of which I'm not a social scientist, I apologize. But I did help manage a statewide boating recreation assessment, and we looked at all these different regions in California based on boating, but the Delta is one of them. And you can correlate some of the success that we've had in various areas of the Delta to the individuals within parts of the Delta, whether they think, say, invasive species is a concern or not. So there are different ways for us to try and integrate that kind of at a larger scale rather than just a weed control program within the Delta. And so that's what I've got. And I'm here for questions if there are any.
You indicated that your goal is not eradication, it's control, right? So what exactly defines the goals? Who decides what defines the goals and on what basis?
So the cop-out answer is I do what I'm told. That's how my life works, right? So part of the challenge with being an eradication program is, can you actually kill this weed? If you take water hyacinth, for example, drops turions or seeds in the water bank. So you have a nursery site. This whole area right here is chock full. It's had basically the ability to reproduce and drop turions in the water. Those can survive up to 20 years in muddy soils. So even if you were to drain the Delta for an entire year, you would not kill the water hyacinth. They'd come back the next year. And that's true of a number of the invasive species. So part of the challenge is the amount of money and resources you would have to put into the program to be an eradication program. I would have to be successful in this area, my hypothetical slough right here, for more than 20 years probably. And that's assuming that nothing else comes down into the area to repopulate it yet again. So as I mentioned, a little north of the Tower Bridge is kind of the northern point of our project area. Anything above that, that gets kind of put into the Sacramento and comes south into the Delta, I have no control over that. I'm only allowed to treat the symptoms. So resources and program area are really kind of the limitations there. Sorry, the question that she had was the difference between eradication program and control program.
So this is just a quick follow-up. Who's controlling above Tower Bridge? Why is there coordination?
Can I just smile? So I believe part of the challenge is funding. So one of the reasons why collaborations and groups like this I think are very important is we've had some partnerships with CDFA on dealing with this. So where our project area is the Delta, some of that overlap may be with CDFA or local reclamation districts or even at the city levels, and part of their challenge is getting the funding. Even having a control program is not necessarily a good risk versus reward program. If your program is if you own a marina, for example, just north, or you don't have a lot of waterways just north of the proper Delta, that you don't really have to spend money on controlling a lot of weeds for whatever reasons, but they show up every now and then. You could easily just get some folks in a boat, just push this stuff out in Sacramento, and it becomes someone else's problem. So to our understanding, it's perhaps a lack of legislative directives along with resource allocations, if I had to take a guess.
I imagine you have to do some priority setting in terms of where you're going to do what you're going to do. Do any of those criteria for your priority setting include social criteria? Or do you envision a role for social criteria?
How about kind of? So we do take, there's a lot of places where we look at recreational needs. So recreation, navigation are two of the highest priorities we've got. So if we receive word or our folks who own areas within the Delta find that there's an issue here, it's a ski run, folks come through all the time for whatever reasons, then we take that into consideration. And we generally would say that's a higher priority than a dead-end slough, for example, that no one's really going to. But of course, the challenge with that dead-end slough now is it becomes a nursery area that now feeds into places south of that. So we have a lot of priority areas, and we do take recreation into consideration along with whatever, kind of complaints or I would say feedback, but every call I get isn't to congratulate me on a good job that I'm doing. It's usually to ask why I'm not there right now.
It's time for one more question. Audience, any questions?
Well, for the audience, would you be open to getting research that looked at how different your behavior would be if you had someone patrolling north of Tower Bridge? That's
I think it's a great idea, honestly. So, as we've talked about before, when you want to look at, say, water quality, I mean, a lot of it's going to be the input into an area, right? So if you're looking at the Delta, there's a lot of inputs from the San Joaquin and the Sacramento, and I may be able to know what that is, but unfortunately I may not be able to control it. However, having the knowledge of, the forefront knowledge of what's happening, could give us some indication for what's there. I should also note that one of our regulatory restrictions is we cannot treat north of Highway 12 until June. So in June, water hyacinth typically will double their area and their height every week. And basically the most effective chemical we've got, you can treat an area and you can't come back for 3 weeks. So in essence, we're fighting really hard to stay behind by the time we can finally approach that area in the North Delta where your hypothetical marina is shoving everything into the Sacramento, for example. One of many restrictions that we have. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk.
All right, next up, I'm Janice Cook from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Cook. I'm a senior environmental scientist specialist with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and this is a fun opportunity, so thank you very much for the invitation. The mission of the water boards is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and ensure their proper allocation and efficient use for the benefit of present and future generations. The water boards do this by regulating water pollution practices and enforcing state and federal laws and policies. At the state level, we have jurisdiction over both surface and groundwater resources. First, a map to orient. There are 9 regional water quality control boards, and their boundaries are divided by watershed. The Central Valley Regional Board is the largest. It's shown in gray. Our nickname is Region 5. The Region 5 covers nearly 40% of the state and 80% of our irrigated land. And we go from the top of the basin of the Sacramento and the San Joaquin River. They're complete watersheds. We also include in this down the southern portion the Tulare Lake Basin, which is down by Bakersfield. And then most of the legal delta is within Region 5's boundary. There's a
portion on the western side that is within the boundary of the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board. But the Central Valley Water Board does not have, we do not set all the policies for water quality control in the Delta. There's actually, it's a two-part agency system made up of the State Water Resources Control Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Boards. At the state level, the State Water Resources Control Board, they set statewide policies. They have complete jurisdiction over water rights. So that's flow decisions. They both determine and enforce those, and they provide financial assistance for things like low interest loans for drinking water systems and wastewater treatment plant upgrades. They also are the appellate board for if someone wants a review of a water board action, it goes up to the state board. And I work, as I said, for one of the regional water quality control boards. Each of the 9 water boards, they set water quality standards if it's site specific within their region. We issue permits and enforce regulations for both surface and groundwater protection. And when I mean permits, if you're not familiar with it, those are permits to discharge to either surface or land under specific specifications that are not going to cause a water quality problem. The 9 regional boards are semi-autonomous, and as I said, the boundaries are based on watershed. Both of these agencies were governed by citizen boards. It's not a department. So when we want to make a decision, we have to make our scientific and policy case to a board that makes the decision. And together, the boards are authorized to implement the Federal Clean Water Act in California. We also operate under the State Water Quality Control Act, that's Port of Cologne. And fun fact, the regional water boards were first established in 1949, and then the state and water board system came into place in 1967. Okay. And I'm not going to, I'm here representing the Central Valley Water Board. I do want to point out that there are a multitude of decisions and interactions with stakeholders that happen through the state water board's process. So they have control over water rights decisions, but they also have a full Bay Delta program that deals with water quality objectives for salinity, for flow objectives, and they have undergoing a big update right now that includes changes to flow objectives to protect water quality downstream in the Delta. So just as you think about the agencies that are before you, just know there's a hole because State Water Board has programs and jurisdictions that we don't have. And the State Water Board is also the home of the Delta Water Master, who also reports to the Delta Stewardship Council, but the Delta Water Master office oversees monitoring and enforcement of water rights within the Delta. Okay, so now strictly the Central Valley Water Board portion of the talk, and I'll go on to our management issues. The Central Valley Water Board in the Delta, we operate under a strategic work plan that our board adopted in 2014. There were 9 priority projects. It was actually an update to a program that we had developed with the State Water Board in 2008. Some of those high priority topics are implementation and now in a review stage of the Delta Mercury Control Program. The Delta is considered impaired due to elevated levels of mercury in fish. We also have certain areas of the Delta that are impaired due to low dissolved oxygen levels. So that's one of our priority topics, is to continue to address those. We have my colleagues are working on a project right now in Olden Mill River and Grantline Canal. Another priority is to develop and implement a sustainable Delta Regional Monitoring Program. Stephen's going to be talking to you about that in a little bit. Also implement the Delta Nutrient Research Plan. That's my focus and what I spend lots of my time on, because we have issues of the aquatic macrophytes, as Jeff described, and harmful algal blooms and dissolved oxygen that are related to nutrients. So we needed a nutrient research program. And also we're working on implementing a new pyrethroid insecticide control program that actually covers more than the Delta. And I have colleagues who are assessing needs for other pesticide programs as well. So, okay. High priority science activities. One of these is continuing to work on information gaps that are identified in the Delta Nutrient Research Plan. A top priority for the water boards is to improve our understanding of harmful algal blooms in the Delta. The microcystis blooms have been seen since, observed, DWR staff first pointed it out, since 1999 in the Delta. We just have 2 pots of money to put some research in place to increase our understanding of harmful algal blooms in the Delta, but we're really starting at quite a basic level. There is no comprehensive monitoring program. My office is also putting some funds into developing a hydrodynamic linked biogeochemical model. This is not the first modeling effort for the Delta, but our goal, along with other agencies who've put money in, is to be able to model nutrient cycling and then processes related to nutrient use, phytoplankton growth, plant growth, phytoplankton use, and then transport through the Delta. This is also going to be a model that we can use, that will link the Delta. It will continue from the Delta all the way into San Francisco Bay. So, I want to highlight that having the growing and sustaining the Delta Regional Monitoring Program is a high priority activity of the Central Valley Water Board. I and 4 of my other colleagues, we spend a lot of time on the regional monitoring program, but Stephen's going to talk to you about its focus and its high priority activities. Okay. Also, I expect this will show up in our work plan next year, is to put some more effort into pesticide studies in the Delta. We're constantly playing catch up in the regulatory world of understanding effects of new contaminants, both contaminants of emerging concern, but also new pesticides. So, and I could have added, I will add, although it's not shown up here, maintaining the science that's necessary to update permits, because even though I'm in the planning section, I advise permits, I'm not on the team that issues them. Our permits are in a cycle for every 5 years. So, and there's always something new. And it's this tussle when you're working on the permit of, you can't just keep piling on new requirements for monitoring because it's costly. So, okay. Emerging concerns. I put them into 2 categories. We understanding how to address or how to regulate cyanobacteria blooms and toxins and our CECs. When Dr. Norgaard was talking about values earlier, well, in order to set a water quality objective, we need to identify the beneficial use. What are you protecting? And there's really a value judgment there. So as we look at protecting the Delta with respect to cyanobacteria blooms and toxins, for example, we have not settled on what does it mean to be protected. Is that 0 blooms? Don't think that's going to happen. but we need to protect human health and wildlife health. We also have emerging concerns. These have been also mentioned earlier today, climate change, planned alterations in water management, and the fact that we don't have a baseline in the Delta. It's constantly changing. Challenges to implementation and working collaboratively, I would say lack of funds available for monitoring special studies and modeling. Most of our money comes in from, people pay fees for their permits. Well, that has to go to a specific purpose, and we don't have a lot of general fund money for other work. I put costs and benefits for the stakeholder processes on here. I actually probably at least a third of my time I think goes into working with stakeholders, stakeholder meetings. The benefits are huge. You come out with a much better product in the end. It takes time. And as other people have alluded to and said much better than I can, the Delta's a complex system with competing priorities, not just from the agencies. The comments earlier on working with stakeholders in the Delta, and I'll just share a little bit personally that I have done. The regional board has been pushed out of its mission on a couple of issues recently. One of them, when we're trying to explain potential effects of contamination to people, I've worked with the Mercury Exposure Reduction Program and actually been involved with folks from the Delta Conservancy, going and talking to stakeholders in the Delta who are fish consumers and trying to get that message across to them. It's not easy for them to have the resources to come to our table. And that's it. So thank you very much.
I always have questions. I'd love to learn a little bit more. I'm not familiar with the citizen board process, so how does that work?
The board members are proposed by the Office of the Governor, and they're approved by the Senate. For the water boards, there are specific categories in which people are to be qualified. We have on our board folks with experience in agriculture, engineering. We have a citizen at large, essentially, category. So, thank you.
This is a nice direct segue to the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. We have Stephen McCord coming on up.
So I'm Stephen McCord with McCord Environmental. So I have a consulting firm, and this I mentioned that because there are a lot of people that are involved with this effort. I noticed in case you didn't know, there are a series of questions that each of the presenters were given and then we're trying to answer. And the questions were always related to an agency. Did your agency do this? How does your agency handle that? This isn't an agency program, and I don't work for an agency. But I play one on TV. Sort of thing. Sorry, the graphics didn't show up there, right? So, and I'll talk a little bit about who we are, but first I want to mention the mission of the Delta RMP, and I try to keep the acronyms minimized, but being involved with government sort of things, you have to have some acronyms. So the one you'll see most often is probably RMP, Regional Monitoring Program, for the Delta. So the key things, this is part of the charter, and I'll refer to a few different things in the charter just because that's sort of how we're organized as an effort. But it's beneficial uses of the waters of the Delta. Beneficial uses is a legal term that Janice deals with all the time in terms of you set standards to achieve those uses. So we're addressing that. And being cost effective and scientific information. And also key that it's a water quality focus. So we're looking at conditions and trends. I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. But that's the basic stuff from the charter. So who are we as a regional monitoring program? And I'll show this in this way in words. In the next 2 slides, there's some graphics that get at it, harder to read the actual terms though. But the keys is that these are sort of seats at the table, if you will, relating to the question about who's on the regional water board members. So there are different types of members. This is a collaborative sort of program with regulators and regulated. That sort of started it, but then we also have coordinated monitoring. There's an acronym there, more or less, an interagency ecological program. That was one that was mentioned just earlier, so they're sort of part of this. And then very recently, we just added a couple more seats with water supply and flood control / habitat. Those are 2 folks from DWR who are participating now. So it's still a growing program and evolving and that sort of thing. There's also an implementing agency, that's the Aquatic Science Center, which is, in case you don't know, just like the San Francisco Estuary Institute. It's really another name or sort of a doing business as moniker sort of thing that they can get. They have access to to state grants and things like that. There are also various contractors. So the money comes from the steering committee. They assign technical work to the technical advisory committee, which is where I feed in. There's the implementing agency that can make sure it all gets done. They give contracts to various contractors, sometimes through UC Davis and Moss Landing, both state related. USGS federal, and Deltar is actually from Holland, but contracted to do some work. And then there's other programs that are related, for example, UMI, which is why I'm here, by the way, because I can't say no to UMI when she asked me to do anything. So in the organization chart, don't expect you to read the details on this, just to give you a sense of how the regional monitoring program is organized. So a lot of the bullet points in here, they're a little smaller to read, are the same as in the previous slide in points like that, right? The key being, there's a steering committee which drives all the action. They're steering the ship, so to speak, or the boat. You wouldn't put a ship in the Delta so much. There are a bunch of different seats. The numbers in there, it adds up to like a dozen or so. And everyone gets a vote in the steering committee. They have 3 different subcommittees among themselves for various specific things that sort of come and go. Some are a little more regular than others, but they sort of get some specific work done. But they make the decisions on funding and priorities and things like that, and approvals. And they have a voting process, right? They count it up and say who agrees or whatever. The technical advisory committee has same seats, so every seat at the steering committee assigns an individual to the technical advisory committee. And then I manage that, I help manage that group along with the Aquatic Science Center and another dozen of those. Janice, you're one, right? Yeah, so right there, it's got one in the room. Similar sort of thing. And then, so you see how it's all related. There's also some ad hoc subcommittees that the technical advisory committee has dealing with specific issues. Janice was also mentioning the nutrients research plan that she's working on, and some others like that may have come up earlier today, and we sort of co-opt those a little bit. We have a nutrient subcommittee which is just participating in that one. So it's got our own name, but it's part of this other effort, and we've done that in the past on some other things as well. The third one about who we are and just a slightly different organization. Again, with a steering committee, and also the focus on this is the roles that everybody has. So the steering committee setting the direction and the appointing the TAC, as I was mentioning, the implementing entity coordinating everybody, and the TAC dealing with all the technical details. And there's other stakeholders that are involved. The meetings are all open to the public, and every once in a while somebody will show up. We have a joint meeting, so the technical advisory committee and the steering committee meet. I think we've met in this room even, or somewhere up in this building in the past, so for the joint meeting. So we all get together sometimes. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we engage other people that might be relevant for this group. In terms of the key characteristics, some of this is just spinning off from the charter and the mission statement that I showed in the second slide. Just to be relevant, we didn't want to just monitor for monitoring's sake. And we didn't want to just do it and not share the results outside of publishing the data. So we want to publish the results various ways. Also, we want to be science-based. It's a common term and theme that you hear today in terms of designing the monitoring and how we do the sampling and the analysis with qualified labs and things like that. And then we all review it, mostly through the technical advisory committee, plus some external reviewers that we have at various stages for various reasons. Also being cost effective. Every one of those steering committees, not all of them actually, so some are like federal agencies and all, but all the others, all the permitted folks, they have to go back to their constituents and say, we got to raise your fees a little bit, and it's got to go towards this regional monitoring program. And their question is going to be, why the hell you make me spend more money on this thing? And, so it's just always a challenge, which is good. You want to be cost effective and value the work that you're doing and all. But another way that we do that with dealing with that sort of pushback is leveraging other resources. So knowing what the other agencies are doing, DWR and USGS and even the member entities, if we can just sort of co-opt some of the work that they're already doing for sampling or analysis or studies or whatever, then we do that. And then also being adaptable. We want to always, be doing answering the relevant questions for society in what we're doing, and then, collaborate to get those sort of things done. The management questions, these are not questions because no question marks on there, but you can get the sense of it. And this is sort of the high level framework for what we're monitoring for and how we're analyzing it. So it starts with ease. And the 4 are status and trends. Essentially, what's the status and trends of pollutant X in the delta is the way you ask it, right? So the status being, what's the level now versus various thresholds that might be of interest. You wouldn't want to be above some threshold. And the trends, is it getting better, is it getting worse? Is there some step change because something happened, whatever. Sources, pathways, loadings, and processes, that gets into the modeling, for example, that Janice was referring to. What do we know? What drives this? Why is there more algae here? What's the nutrients coming from that are driving that? Or is it flows and stagnant water and these sort of things? So understanding that. So that's a little more of a study versus the status and trends, just measuring concentrations over time and space. And then forecasting scenarios is definitely a model-driven sort of thing. If we have useful models, we can see what would happen if something changes. Climate change, restoration project, wastewater treatment plant upgrades, whatever. And then the last one is effectiveness tracking. We did something, did it have a benefit, or how did it change? So those are the high level questions that we want to answer at sort of and the sort of conceptual questions, right? You can't answer a specific question just on that very vague question. So we narrow that down to from the sort of management questions to assessment questions, and those are broken down specifically by the various priorities, which are these. So the 3-4 that we have right now are these. I should mention we did a special study for pathogens, which was of interest for recreation, especially body contact recreation in the Delta, but mostly for the water purveyors taking water out of the Delta, wanted to make sure that pathogens weren't in their water source before they treated it. So we did a special study, that was done. So the current priorities are these 4. So first one of them being mercury. It ties in again to a regulatory program there's an acronym for you, TMDL, which really doesn't mean anything when you think about it, but basically it's a regulatory control program for mercury in the Delta. So we're monitoring to help with that. Thanks. Current use pesticides and toxicity associated with those pesticides. This is unquestionably the most complicated topic. Janice had touched on this also with, there's a lot of different pesticides, thousands that are used in various levels for various reasons, boating and waterways with some of them, all the agricultural industry, they use them different times of the year, different crops, different ways, different places, all that. So a lot of challenges. And then with toxicity, another extremely complicated thing, you don't just take a sample and throw some fish into it. What type of fish? What age of the fish? What other things could they be influenced by? What are they eating? Is the salinity really causing their oxygen? There's 1,000 different things like that you have to deal with. So it's a healthy challenge for an engineer like myself. And then interpreting all that too. Nutrients ties in specifically with what we were just hearing about, doing some synthesis work on that and various studies like modeling. And there's a cool effort. This is one way that we're working together with others is supporting this. One is a chlorophyll synoptic survey. Chlorophyll is a measure of algae in the water. And you have these cool instruments you can just stick out and measure continuously, like just get this little ping and it gets a measurement in real time right away. So you can fly around in a boat all through the Delta and get a snapshot of conditions. So USGS has been doing some of that. But the other is this intercalibration, Because how do you know that that measurement that you're taking every 3 seconds or 15th of a second or whatever is accurate and representative? And there are a bunch of different agencies that have chlorophyll sensors, and they put them all out there and they calibrate them differently and they don't all match up. So we're trying to figure out why. So that's a multi-step process to do that. And last one, CECs is Constituents of Emerging Concern, just yet another acronym. That's a study to look at all the other things that we haven't covered. The pharmaceuticals, personal care products, hormone treatments, illicit drugs, all those other things. We're starting a pilot study to monitor for those. It's a part of a broader statewide effort. So I'm going to read every one of these in the 3 minutes that I have remaining. I hope that's okay. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to show this. The key is the message with this is a table that we're just putting together now on what's coming up, what's in the future for water quality in the Delta, what's driving our decisions and of what we're going to do and focus on in the future. So that was just the list of it. Just to give you a sense of some of the details and some of the things that we'd be interested in. The black ones are specific constituents that are of interest beyond the ones that we're already doing. These are future and current interests. And then there's other permit programs that we haven't really been focusing on, two in blue there, and then just adaptively managing with like restoration projects and things like that. The partnering, just a couple more slides, partnering opportunities, collaborating outside of the Delta on various statewide efforts, or certainly with the San Francisco Bay, SFEI being sort of part of both of those, a good link between them. Field work with USGS when they're working. And MWQI and EMP, those are both DWR programs, and they don't always even work together. And then there's all these other, this is another interesting one to tackle for this group, I think, is data sharing. There are multiple websites, multiple portals which go and get data from multiple sites. And here are some of those the websites where data is set up. So CDN is a statewide sort of standard. NWIS is USGS's where they publish their stuff. And WDL is Water Data Library, DWR. So a state agency is not using the statewide process because that's the way they've always done it. It's a heck of a complicated issue to change. So anyway, just an interesting issue there. And then just assessment and reporting. We want the stuff to be relevant and accurate and not be, the combat science sort of stuff. And the last slide, just in case you haven't seen these sort of things before, I didn't have a Gantt chart, a Venn diagram. I went one level more, and this I co-opted this from somebody else in the spirit of collaboration. This is the details in. This was like, these have been done, these sort of graphics, I've seen another one, I just threw one up here that I copied from somewhere. It's from the Conservancy, I believe. Yeah, there you go, thanks, you're welcome. It just shows all the different entities and how they're connected. You can't overlap them because there'd just be too many layers or something, right? There's just a lot of them. And the one on the right is closer to home for the regional monitoring program. All those different dots are different monitoring efforts. They're organized by different programs, so even the different programs have multiple efforts, right? And just matching that all up and using it in a coherent way is a key challenge. So it looks like a plate of spaghetti. And it's complex, as you've heard before. So, okay, that's all I have to share. Feel free to ask any questions. Yeah.
Can I just ask you to briefly tell us where this program comes from, why it was launched, what exactly it's supposed to accomplish, and why there was perceived to be the need for a stakeholder-driven science process?
A lot of questions there. Broadly, it goes back more than a decade. I don't know. When was the POD? That was one of the key ones that maybe, you guys know what that acronym means, pelagic organism decline. It was very big at the legislative level in California. So people were asking questions, why are the organisms in the Delta that we care about fading away? What's going on? And there were some studies that came out of that, like, who is monitoring in the Delta? And we found out, the collective community of folks in the Delta, that there was a lot of monitoring, some like, $7-10 million of monitoring in the Delta, yet it couldn't answer this very pertinent daily, question of the day. So the sort of kernel of this came from the Regional Water Board. I keep looking over at Janice Stanton. She works there. But the Regional Water Board impressed upon the regulated, the permitted entities, mostly stormwater, particularly wastewater, to start this program. And then it's built from there. So it was, and the selling point for the regulated entities was, you're monitoring now in the Delta, let's all work together and monitor collectively, so you can stop doing the monitoring that you're doing by yourself, which isn't, in this broader scheme of things is relevant, and participate in this regional monitoring program. So that's what started, regulated and regulators. And then others were brought into it for various reasons, EPA as well. And then I was just saying the 2 new seats from the Department of Water Resources, because interestingly, as a state agency, they are being regulated, because they have to do the flow, they're regulated in a sense, because they're managing water and doing restoration projects in the Delta that have water quality impacts. Caltrans has been brought in, dredgers, and other agencies as well. So it's still sort of building, but those are essentially the reasons for it. And there are more parts to that question. All right, I'm sure I could think of some more with that. I could talk all day about that, but it goes way back. Yeah. Others? Right. Yep. Yeah, they definitely do. The websites in particular, let me go back to, it might prompt me a little bit on these. They're all public databases. Well, WDL is not so used, but CDN and NWIS, those are national and statewide. The websites, there's actually 3 websites. I forgot about one, well, sort of a portal. So the 2 websites, the Regional Water Board has a website, and then the entity itself has a website through SFEI that the RMP does. So those are the 2. But the portals, those are definitely focused on the public. You may have heard of these, the My Water Quality portal. And then within that one, so that one's question driven, like, is it safe to swim? And if you want to answer that question, you go into a site and it pulls up all the relevant data that would be relevant to that. And there's a monitoring council at the statewide level. The reason I mentioned that one is one of their portals is related to estuaries and wetlands. And so there's information on the Delta in that. And that's only been sort of peripherally related to the Delta RMP. So, but there's always room for improvement in that regard. Did I answer the question? So yeah, some are public and some are much more meant to be answering public questions.
Where does your money come from? And does the data you collect meet the regulatory requirements for the regional statewide boards?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Most of the money comes from the, I would say from the budget would be from the regulated entities. Some of the other seats, most of the other seats of the table also do, but the regulated would be the wastewater treatment plants, the phase 1 stormwater programs of the big cities like Sacramento, where we are, and Stockton and Contra Costa, and irrigated ag programs, and the dredgers is a fairly new one as well. The others are more cost sharing. So they'll, like the IEPs and the programs that they work with, they did the pathogens monitoring that I mentioned. They perform the field work for that. So there was a big benefit to the program, and it was counted as dollar value, but they didn't pay money, right? So there's a combination of that. Also, more recently, we've been working to get grants and in a variety of forms, state and federal grants, to supplement stuff and to do special studies and things like that. That the acronym I showed, CECs, Constituents of Emerging Concern, that's a broad issue, and we're sort of a pilot study for the state, right? And so there should be some state money that comes to bear on and supports that. So the subcommittee for CECs is writing grant proposals right now, and more for nutrients, as Jana was mentioning. So it's a cobbled together sort of thing, and every year we look back over the budget and do the best we can with what we got. It's a budget's roughly $1 million, just for scale. Yep, sure.
All right, we have one more presentation and then we'll have a break. So bear with us. Next up, we have the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, Adam Fullerton.
I'm Adam Fullerton with the Bay Conservation and Development Commission. Thank you all for having me here. I realize I am the last of a lot of presentations, so I will try to be quick and hopefully not totally boring. We shall see. So I will be going over just a quick history of BCDC and why it matters to the Delta. Unlike most of the groups that you've heard from, we are not a Delta agency, and so really we are much more of a adjacent or sister agency. Our main jurisdiction is in the Bay, but we also do have overlapping jurisdiction in Sassoon Marsh. So it's really, we have recently joined the Delta Plan Implementation, Interagency Implementation Committee. Perfect. Hey, I actually got it, amazing. And so, yeah, we're really trying to look for places where we can work more collaboratively throughout the estuary. So, what we do in the Bay will impact upstream in the Delta and vice versa. And so really looking for ways that we can have learn from each other and also work better together. And so after giving a brief history, I'll go into some of the emerging issues and efforts that are going on at BCDC now, and then save some time for questions. So BCDC was first enacted in 1965. It was put into place with the McAteer-Petras Act and then became permanent in 1969. And so it is the first coastal zone management agency in the country. It predates the Coastal Zone Management Act. And so it was really put into place because of too much fill. So the Bay was shrinking, and so we wanted to find a way to make sure that the Bay was maintained and that development, and both for human development and also ecological resources, were protected. So our jurisdiction is through the McAteer-Petras Act, various regulations, and then the Bay Plan is similar to the Delta Plan. It really guides our day-to-day work in regulating development on the Bay. Then we also have various other pieces of Bay jurisdiction called special area plans. What I think is most interesting in terms of the Delta is the Sassoon Marsh Preservation Act, which also predates the Delta agencies, and so I'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's really where where our jurisdictions overlap with the Delta Stewardship Council and all of the other Delta work going on. So as I said, the BCDC was really formed when people realized that the Bay was disappearing. And so this was partially because after the gold rush era, there was a lot more sediment coming down into the Bay, and so the Bay became more shallow, but also largely it was because people wanted to build. And so because there was a shallow Bay, it was easy to fill it in. And so in 1965, you can see there was already a big change from 1849, but the Army Corps in 1965 put out this third map of what 2020 would look like if we didn't do anything, where the Bay really became kind of a broad river, but really no longer the beautiful big resource that it is. Jumping into why I'm here in many ways is that we have overlapping jurisdiction in the Sassoon Marsh. And so we share that jurisdiction with the Delta Stewardship Council, with the other Delta agencies. And it's a really, we really work mostly on what sort of, if there's land use changes or any larger developments in the Delta or in the Sassoon Marsh. One quick tool, just wanted to mention, if anyone is interested, GeoMarsh helps to guide, it's an online tool that allows you to see better what's going on in the Delta, so just a helpful tool. More interest though is kind of where we are and what's happening now. What are the emerging issues in the Sassoon Marsh for BCDC? So as you can see, our efforts there started well before the first Delta agencies came into being. The Sassoon Marsh Protection Plan was 1976. Local protection plans throughout the Sassoon Marsh were put into place in the 80s. And then since then, not really much has been done. And so the first real time we're looking at any piece of the Sassoon Marsh Protection Plan in recent years is coming up right now. We're going to be looking at the Solano County portion of the Sassoon Marsh Local Protection Plan. Next week, actually, the commission will be considering it. And one of the reasons why I bring that up is that it's a piecemeal portion of the plan, but we're realizing as we do this that we really need to take a broader view, and that it might be wise for us to really have a broader consideration of what the Sassoon Marsh Plan is and how it relates to what's being done by the Delta agencies, and then also taking into account emerging issues, largely climate change, sea level rise. Also, one of the funny things, when this was put into place, there was no telecommunications was not a consideration whatsoever. And so I think Eric Vink mentioned this morning that having telecom access is a social issue for a lot of the Delta. In the Sassoon Marsh plan, there is no consideration, and so it's very hard for us to permit any sort of cell towers or anything else in the Sassoon Marsh. We're also realizing that we are working on various different changes to the Bay Plan, which regulates how we interact on the Bay, or how we regulate the development on the Bay. The two plan amendments that we're looking at now are fill for habitat. And so while the problem in 1965 was that the Bay was being filled in, right now we are facing a very different problem where sea level rise is coming up and making it so that we need more fill. And so we need to figure out how we can change our regulations and change how we're doing business so that we can allow more fill in order to keep up with sea level rise, especially in the marsh areas where if we don't have that fill, then they'll be flooded in the next 20 years. And then also looking at environmental justice and social equity. And so trying to understand how we can better integrate vulnerable communities into what we do. And so we really, looking at certain pieces of the Sassoon Marsh Plan, and then also I feel like looking for collaboration with our sister agencies in the Delta on how what we learn here, what you all are learning in your efforts will be really important. So sea level rise, this is actually where I spend most of my time, is looking at how sea level rise will affect the Bay and how to deal with it. As you can see, at 66 inches, which could be expected in 2100, there is a lot more Bay if we don't do anything. So I work with this program, the Adapting to Rising Tides program, and so we're really an outward-facing program that helps Bay communities anywhere throughout the 9-county Bay Area to understand. We conduct vulnerability assessments and adaptation planning efforts with counties, with local jurisdictions, and currently we're working at a regional scale to really build our understanding. And we also help try to make it more than just us going out and helping, trying to create a variety of tools to allow the Bay and then anyone else who would like to take what we've learned and implement the vulnerability assessments and sea level rise adaptation planning efforts in their own communities. So we've worked quite broadly around the Bay. These are all of our projects that we've done to date. And currently this Art Bay area, the whole regional project is underway. And also we have just recently we are also underway with our first project that's actually in the Delta. And so it's a continuation of the project that we did in Contra Costa County, but actually looking at the Delta influenced Eastern Contra Costa. And that is also one of our key areas of collaboration. This Eastern Contra Costa project is funded in part by the Delta Stewardship Council and really working in collaboration with them. Really want to make sure that what we're doing in the Bay and especially on this Eastern Contra Costa project can help inform and learn from the efforts that are underway by the Delta Stewardship Council on their regional adaptation planning effort. Just a brief note on some of the science that's going to come out of that. We're conducting sea level rise modeling for the eastern portions of Contra Costa County and Solano County as part of this Eastern Contra Costa project to understand how sea level rise will differ in the delta influence regions. So in the Bay, we're getting a better idea, but having all of the riverine inflows means that it's going to be very different up here, upstream. So a few emerging issues and opportunities that I wanted to call out. One is just continued collaboration across the estuary. Listening to the presentations this morning, I feel like most of the issues and current challenges are the same for us in the Bay as they are in the Delta. And I think learning from each other and also working together, because whatever happens upstream, there was a lot of talk of the different water projects, and if there is a change in water flows to the Bay, that will impact our ecosystems, our management in the Bay, and as sea level rises, what we do to protect the Bay shoreline could have serious impacts into the Delta. So really keeping that communication going and figuring out how to address the governance challenges that exist in having so many different jurisdictions and so many working across such a broad estuary. And we haven't even brought in any of the watershed folks yet. Or I guess we have, but not directly there. Then sharing lessons learned from the efforts back and forth. So we have been doing a lot on sea level rise in the Delta, in the Bay. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's really great to be working with the Delta Stewardship Council in Eastern Contra Costa. And I think it'll be really wonderful to be able to figure out, to learn from what they're doing up here as well, to keep those lessons going both ways. And then, climate change will have impacts both ways. So not only sea level rise, but the changes in terms of snowpack and flood timing that people were mentioning earlier today will really be a huge challenge both for the Bay and for the Delta. And with that, thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. So you touched on it a little bit towards the end, but one of the questions as you were talking is how much of what you're finding science, how much of it is sort of using the science that's out there. And so it looked like you were doing some work on sea level rise modeling.
Mm-hmm.
So you could talk about how much are you a consumer and how much are you driving the agenda?
We're more a consumer. So we're definitely more of a management agency. So the modeling and the developing the sea level rise models for up here, we're working with consultants to do that. And so we try to drive that. And I think from the adapting to rising tides perspective, we want to be kind of available experts to help local jurisdictions. And so while we may not be creating the science, we see ourselves in a role of helping to translate and make it useful for local jurisdictions, for regional agencies, for anyone else who needs it to do their land use planning.
Talk about being guided by an assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the extent to which the sensitivity and interacts with or learns from?
Not much at the moment, and I think it would be good to make sure that we learn lessons back and forth. To some extent, I'm not working on those amendments directly, but I'm part of the planning program at BCDC, and so I'm in those conversations.
All right, we're gonna get started. If everyone can take a seat, we're gonna have a presentation, and then afterwards, we're gonna have the group discussion where we're gonna ask all presenters to come up. There's a bunch of name tags up here for everyone, but for now, I'll pass it off.
All right. So it's my pleasure to get to introduce our last but not least speaker, Mark Lubell, who's on the faculty at UC Davis in the Department of Environmental Science and Policy. going to give a presentation on some of the governance and resource use projects and social science that he's done over the years. So thanks, Mark.
All right, thanks a lot for having me. It's awesome, obviously, to think about putting more social science into Delta governance and science overall. I'm going to talk about governance in the Delta, and I am going to do so much more of a spaghetti diagram than the Venn diagram, like way more. You think about what that means. So there's a lot of perspectives of governance that you can think about. I've interacted here with the Delta Science board and the various other Delta entities over the years, and I often get asked, what is governance, as a question, and there really is not one definition, but there's a number of perspectives that I think are important. So collective decision making, so how do you as a group get together and set up the processes for making decisions about a plan, or what the rules are going to be for the Delta. How do you govern the network of actors? We saw a bunch of actors already in agencies, and that's obviously only a very small subset of the actors and stakeholders who are involved in the Delta. How do you get them to work together? How do you do collaborative governance as far as getting using principles of collaboration and dispute resolution, principled engagement to get to manage that network? And there's a big literature in public administration, political science, economics on what collaboration is. And then, of course, adaptive governance, which is the idea that you've got these governance at multiple levels: state, local, federal, sub-watersheds, lots of different agencies, crossing jurisdictions, many different centers of governance where decision-making is happening, which policy scholars call polycentric governance, and that is changing over time following ideas of complex adaptive systems, and you're trying to figure out how do you increase the resilience of that type of system and reduce vulnerability, increase adaptive capacity, that sort of thing. But the reality of it is, and this is the much more than a Venn diagram part, is that governance is really a messy process, which is really a complex governance system. And for me, if you take away one thing, is that what Delta governance and really governance, in my mind, all environmental governance is about, is trying to figure out a way to govern this mess. And this is a quote here from Phil Eisenberg, who many of you probably know who he is, a veteran of California water in a number of different positions. And this was his response to our paper that was about this messy diagram, and he's kind of shook his head, says public policy is almost always a mess. Let's acknowledge the inevitable and figure out how to manage that messy situation. And that is, for me, sort of the bottom line of where the governance type of research should go. This is as a network diagram. This is actually from a study I did in the Bay Area a few years ago around integrated water resources management, the Bay Area IRWINT plan. And the blue squares in here are planning processes of various sorts. So actually the big blue one here is the IRWINT program itself. Also within there is CalFed, which was still alive at the time, and a number of other programs. And all the red circles are different agencies, and there's over 300 agencies and organizations: city, local governments, consultants, NGOs, state and fed agencies, special districts that are all involved and participate, and the links are basically the participation. So this is just zeroing in on just the center of the system. So you get Bay Area IRWMP, there's the flood plan, here's CalFed. A number of the agencies that you all represent are in here. For example, here's DWR. And they're all embedded in this system, making decisions that have some bearing on what's happening in the Bay or the Delta, or you look anywhere in the world and it pretty much has something that looks like this. Some more simple, some more complex, that sort of thing. So for me, there's really three key processes that you need to think about in dealing with these systems, and if the systems are managing to accomplish these three processes in a pretty decent way, you've got a pretty well-functioning system. One is learning. So you guys talked already a lot about monitoring programs, figuring out, what are the problems, how severe are they, what causes them, what are the potential solutions to those problems. And so a lot of the kind of typical environmental monitoring is there, and then the preferences. So this is more like political learning. How well do you understand the perspectives and policy preferences and viewpoints of the other actors in the system, all the different stakeholders? Then how do you get cooperation to happen? How do you get people to work together, to implement policy, to share resources? And then how do you deal with the distribution or bargaining issue part of it, where you're saying, okay, yeah, so we have potential ways to make this, make the pie bigger, improve the governance. We have costs that we have to incur for that. So how do we distribute those costs and benefits in a fair manner? How do we set up the processes in a way that are fair so that the right people are included from a procedural fairness perspective and from a distributional equity perspective? And the systems really have to mix and match those three processes. So I'm just going to give you like a couple little highlights from some of the research we've done around this, and then be done at. So we've done studies of these sorts of systems now in focusing on 4 main areas. So in Africa, in Argentina and Uruguay, in the San Francisco Bay Delta, in California, and also in Tampa Bay, Florida. So that's like a really important part. Some of you, I think, were probably here a few years ago when we had a comparative science enterprise conference at UC Davis, when we were talking about like the Everglades and the Delta and Chesapeake Bay. And that sort of comparative analysis, I think, is crucial for us here in the Delta, because we can learn what's successful and what's not. So one of the things that we know, for example, that from looking at the structure of those networks, is that California has among some of the highest levels of conflict in these systems, comparatively speaking. So how do we measure that? This is the Delta network, and some of you probably answered the survey that we used that do it. So what we did is we said, all right, please name one of these policy processes, like for example, the IEP, the Interagency Ecological Program, you're participating in. Within that program, do you think that most of the decisions are made that are mutually beneficial? Do you think there's trade-offs of some sort? Or do you think it's a zero-sum type of conflict where one group's gain involves another group's losses? So this is the most conflictual thing. This is kind of co-equal goals, and this is not co-equal goals, directly conflicting goals. If you look at California, you can just kind of think about these numbers without going into a lot of details. Is the higher these numbers are, the more of a particular type of payoffs people are seeing across the range of the system. You see California has the highest level of the perceptions of zero-sum conflict among all these areas, and among the lowest level of the more mutually beneficial things. So when you think about, in the programs that people are participating in, most people, or not all, more people are seeing these more conflictual types of decision venues. And interestingly enough, where is that happening? When you look where you look in these systems, that conflict is not out here in the periphery of these systems. That conflict mostly appears in the middle of the system. So in other words, in venues in which lots of people and lots of actors are participating, with lots of heterogeneous types of actors in there. So in these governance systems, a lot of people think, yeah, collaborative governance, that's part of it, but it's also systems that are designed for conflict management, or they need to be designed for conflict management, because people are kind of sharpening their knives and showing up in these venues, thinking about and perceiving a lot of it as zero-sum games. So another thing to think about is, okay, what are the factors that might make it more or less likely to help you resolve that conflict? And one of the two of the main factors we've looked at are scientific knowledge, and actually I guess this is this thing here. There we go. So scientific knowledge and political knowledge. So scientific knowledge is basically how are you able to bring the best available science to bear on in these forums where you're trying to resolve these conflicts and get that cooperation, and are you able to understand the perspectives of the other actors in the system? This is kind of hypothetical that says, okay, as science goes, some type of science goes up, let's say the level of scientific knowledge in California goes up, you're expected to see higher levels of performance of the forum in terms of how fair people think the forum is, how effective they think the forum is at improving problems, how effective they think the forum is at meeting their interest. Do they think they have a say in the forum? So there's kind of 4 dimensions of efficacy that we often look at. And this is kind of a hypothesis. So I'm about to show you some graphs where the size of the bar is the slope of one of these lines. So across the systems, for example, if you look at this one, this shows you the effect of political knowledge on 4 dimensions of performance across 3 of our study systems. So for example, this says, as people's political knowledge, understanding of other stakeholders' perspectives increases in Paraná, in Argentina and Uruguay, you get a higher level of perception of fairness. And this one down here, for example, says in California Delta, as the perception that the scientific knowledge is adequate goes up, you're seeing higher levels of perceived performance and the fairness of the forums. So 2 of the points that I like to take away from these 2 graphs about the performance of these systems is, first of all, that the political knowledge part, the knowledge about how stakeholders, your understanding of other stakeholders' perspectives has its biggest influence on your perceptions of the process, how fair people think the process is, and whether or not they have a say in how those venue decisions occur. And then down here, scientific information has an impact on all dimensions, but it has its highest impact in the more developed country perspective, in California and in Tampa Bay. And our hypothesis, at least around that, is that in a developing country where institutions are weak, and there's a lot of creation of institutions in the early stage of development, that those process-based things about understanding other stakeholders' perspectives are more important in the early part of the institutional development process. So for you guys, new problem, new institutions, you got to pay attention to that political side first, and the science side can come later to support it. So given that, it's really important to think about the Delta Science Enterprise, and Mateo just introduced me. He's working on bringing together these ideas in the context of looking at just governing Delta science. So this is his spaghetti diagram, which is simpler because just the different science programs and thinking about all the participants in there. And he should hopefully be having a report on, some of the similar issues around that fairly soon. So as far as integrating this study of governance further into, what this task force is doing in all your different programs, we really need more comparison over space and time. So for example, my governance surveys on the Delta, I'd love to be doing those every 5 years for as long as I'm alive and longer, to see how things are changing over time, and then comparing that to as many other places as I can do. Connecting the governance to individual resource users. So for example, I don't really have anything in there about how these governance processes at this moment connect to what farmers are doing in the irrigated land program, or what boaters are doing with their managing their boats to protect from invasive species. I've done work in those areas, but connecting those 2 levels is tough. Tracking effectiveness, so that I have stuff in my work about people's perceptions of the governance, but we don't really know too much so far about how that system links to the environmental outcomes that we all care about, and of which there's many different parameters that have to be tracked. Linking the social and ecological. So in that particular studies that we've been doing, we haven't done a lot of explicit work thinking about what are the ecological processes, how do those feed back to the social processes. Jim's done a lot of work in that area in bioeconomic modeling, but not as much on the governance side, at least in my research. More qualitative work to link. I know Alejo's here, and I think Brent, is he still here? But thinking about, it's not just quantitative, but also in Mateo's doing some of that stuff too, by interviewing people, thinking about seeing how they think about the processes. And then for the social scientists, just like with the water quality modelers, we also like to think about how far can we go with more explicit quantitative and mathematical computational models where we can start to predict decisions, predict decisions in a way that integrates, say, environmental data and predict things over time. You know, and trying to make all of that, of course, useful to agencies. So that's all I have to say. I'm happy to take any questions on that governance stuff. Hi, Kelly. Yes.
A couple of questions, but I'll start with one and I'll pass off. Can we go back to your graph? Yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah, so the impact is based on people's perception?
Perceptions, right. So we asked them what their view is on how effective each form in which they participate.
And the one thing I would just, I mean, this is but the one thing I would keep a reminder of for us too is that we know that people, especially in the United States, have cognitive biases towards thinking that information is the answer, and we don't always recognize the social relationships as problematic as they are. So I would just keep that in mind too, in thinking about how we interpret this, because I also wonder how much bias is playing into the denial that science, or the denial that the political process is as a
Yeah, well, I think the political process is showing up here, which is one, as a political scientist, I was happy to see. But there's also some interesting stuff going on with Parana, as you know, not the United States context. With, like, for example, they tend to see trade-offs more often, which is an interesting thing that might have a cultural or political institution type of effect, but we're not quite sure because we don't have enough studies to really know.
And then my only other question is, from this, what do you think is the practical take home for the folks in this? What can they take from this science that will impact say, Delta management?
That's a great question. I mean, we've been talking about this in various venues for a long time. I mean, for one thing, I think it's important just to recognize that the mess is there and think about mapping it and not be afraid of it. Recognize that there is fragmentation out there, and some of that has some benefits and redundancies to it, because like a lot of what people will say is, oh, the only way to get rid of this mess is make a water czar who's the king of the whole system. But that's definitely not the right way to do it, because you know, if that water czar makes one mistake, the whole system falls apart. So what is that balance? Thinking about from the individual agency perspective, I think, is also a useful way to think about it, because it's like, okay, let's say you're an agency or the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, you want to get something done in the system. You can start to think about strategies for where you're going to, what meetings you're going to go to. Somebody before mentioned too many stakeholder processes. Yeah, there's a ton of stakeholder processes in that system. So how do you navigate that so you're most effective in pushing forward your particular goals? Those are different things. And I'm more than happy to hear any other suggestions on that, because a lot of this is like early stage for me in saying, all right, how do you even start to think about this, and then go back and forth with the stakeholders to figure out, you know, what can we say as far as like specific recommendations.
So thanks, Mark. So one of the earlier presentations, you might not have been here yet, was talking about how they're developing a set of indicators. They have two indicators that they're going to use to try to track progress without that. And so can you think about what are some of the indicators that come out of your own work that they might consider or might be valuable on the governance side that they could think about tracking over time? Something that comes out of the network stuff that would be readily available if you were able to survey every 5 years.
Yeah, so I think if doing the survey every 5 years is probably a decent amount of time to see change. So, I mean, if you look at previous research, I mean, you have to track this stuff over a long decades scale. So especially with the social data, I don't think you're going to see, you know, that much annual change. But like asking people their views on the performance of the various venues, I think we definitely see the conflict questions able to differentiate between regions in a way. So I think that makes intuitive sense. So I think that you can use it to differentiate progress over time, think about which venues are performing better. So like, you know, we did this by the way for the guy from BCDC. We did the same survey. You may have answered it for the sea level rise adaptation in the Bay Area. We just started analyzing that data. Did you answer the survey? Thank you. Tell everybody that it was not a painful process. It was interesting, right? It took you less than 20 minutes, right? I mean, that's a challenge, though. The indicators, you know, the hyacinth can't say no, but all these stakeholders in the room who we track can say no. And so we always miss people because people are slammed.
Nice job, Mark. You know, on your recommendation slide, you talked about individual users, connecting them, and you've done work there, and you kind of left that open. Like, I don't sound like you didn't quite know how to make that work, but kind of more of the work on governance and the actors involved in governance. But can you just brainstorm, like, what type of social science can make that link between individual users, the general population, even the non-users, the disadvantaged, the type of work you're doing here? What comes to your mind?
Well, I mean, part of it, I think, is taking each venue and thinking about what is kind of the resource users that that particular venue has jurisdiction over, and then saying, okay, here's the decisions made in that venue, and here's the segment of the resource use population that those decisions are likely to affect, and then start thinking about their outcomes and their behaviors in that context. So some of these venues, you know, directly affect water management agencies' decisions at the local level, or some of the venues have more of an effect on boaters, or some of them on anglers or farmers. A lot of them have some effect on farmers. And then seeing, like, okay, you know, how are those groups behaving? How are they connecting to the policy venues? Like, we do stuff on the irrigated lands program. We ask them about people, do they participate in the, farmers participate in the irrigated lands program? And that's an interesting question, because like only a few in those populations actually show up to the venues. You guys know this. The public doesn't show up that often, and when they do, they're often angry. So those sorts of things are you know, ways to think about making those connections.
One more question. If you're comfortable answering this, based on your experience.
You got to ask it first.
Based on your experience, what do you think are the primary barriers to integrating social science, integrating the results from social science?
Oh man, so, well, people say no. As far as study subject, I think is an issue. I think that there is, among people who are smart decision makers, they think that introspection is enough often, and that tools of social science are not something that the explicit theoretical and quantitative analysis comes from social science. They're like, well, you know, we're people, we think about this stuff all the time, so we don't need really any help to do it. The data requirements has to do with something, it's not cheap to do. People think that you can just roll out a survey and just magically appear, but it actually requires investment at the same level of investment in other sorts of indicator monitoring. There's obviously a theory and jargon issue that's there, as far as there's jargon even in this talk. I'm sure people are like, why are you using that jargon? I tried, and that translation issue is the same type of translation issue. Those are all ones that come to the top of my head. Money, you got to have money. If you're not gonna, you can't get social science for free. No science that comes for free. Well, I mean, let's say you wanted to, you know, link social science to all these venues. I think you got two models that you can think of right off the top of your head. One is more like build a social science infrastructure, which is like a standalone social science type of institute that is in the Delta, or you kind of distribute the social science expertise and embed it in the different agencies. Like you have this interagency ecological and the monitoring program for the Delta, and they're like consolidating that type of science. You could do that with social science, and then that becomes like a go-to source for everybody to say, hey, the social science is there, let's ask them about it. The advantage of that from the social science perspective is that you have a community of social scientists who are able to talk to each other and get cross-fertilization there. Might make it harder for some of the agencies to reach, so there's kind of that just concentrated versus distributed model or somewhere in between. Okay, yeah, thanks.
We're just going to basically continue the discussion right now. So thank you for that presentation, Mark. Right now, we're going to invite all of the speakers from earlier to come on up. We have name placards up here so you can find your spot. We're just basically going to have group discussion now and opportunity for questions. And if any of the speakers or people up here didn't get coffee earlier, there's some new coffee. And then I have a quick question. Did anyone fill out a blue slip for public comment? If you did, can you raise your hand? So because there was no form submitted for public comment, we're simply going to let people ask questions. We'll have the discussion up here. We'll start with the panel and presenters discussing. But if you have any questions from the audience, basically just raise your hand. We'll get you a mic. No need to fill out the blue slips at this point. I'm just going to pull up a slide with some of the draft charge questions. It was something that went, or the charge questions for the task force. So let me get those. Oh, and because we still are dealing with the mics that are available to us. So
Oh, sure. The silence, sure. I'm going to come back to a question that Kelly asked more. I'm going to ask you a slightly different way. I'd like to get viewpoints from the room. Is why are we here? How did we get to the point where a social science task force was thought as a good mechanism to help advise those in the Delta about increasing social science? I mean, to me, that's an incredibly informative answer, right? About where are the institutional potential barriers? Why don't we see it now? You want to take a stab at that?
Take a stab, just very briefly. And I'll say, so I won't be all for a year and a half as was pointed out earlier in the morning. There's been a long history of the study and science board and others for a number of years have been raising this issue, and it just hasn't gotten traction. So I think, like at the Bay Delta Science Conference, Kelly was one of the plenary speakers, and there was intentionally an effort to bring social science to speak. There was also an interest in bringing and having as many non-invited speakers, but there were hardly any. I think there was a handful. I think over the years, there's just been this awareness that there's interest amongst the agencies, there's interest amongst the researchers to get some traction, but it just hasn't. We don't have nothing that we're not making in the product science. That's, I think, why the science program is so interesting to bring together some experts, some pros who thought about this in other systems, and give us some advice in terms of how can we get that momentum moving, both in a research sense as well as in an applied sense. So not just, we don't just want to get a whole bunch of research going, but clearly the agencies have issues and questions from the meeting with key industries and from what you see here. There's lots of issues, but I think more clearly formulating them so that they lead to some correct research. Anyone else wants to add?
One of the issues that was
community process at work. So it is more difficult for a student to try to step into a paddle where you start, because it is very divided community with extremely united and respected by water. Otherwise, we're all facing different
Maybe those in the agencies, because you all, one of the things we asked was to put up your mission statement. And all your mission statements have social science embedded in it. So how do you know you're achieving your mission? We asked the same question of Noah, by the way. If you don't do the social science research, how do you know that you're achieving the mission that it has values, objectives, only answered through social science in your mission?
From the Delta Regional Lottery Program perspective, it's already a broad group of folks, but they're professionals, right? So nonetheless, take just the wastewater utilities that participate. There's a handful that have seats at the table, so to speak, with the Regional Lottery Program. They represent other wastewater treatment plants that pay into some common fund for some of the stuff. And then each one of those has their own board, because they're utilities and city council members and whatever else. So it is just a sort of representative system there, but it's not a science-based system. I think Mark committee pointed out, people just think they know, right? And so they'll measure it in a quantitative way. But it is quite a distributed set. You got like that, you representative folks, boards here, that's well,
Janice, for the word words. I would say we should, but we don't know how. So I'm interested in, I was hoping to look at bibliographies before I came in today, and I didn't have a chance to. I'll make a very facetious response, speaking as a regulator, it's if everybody's angry at us, well, we've done our job. We're equally angry, right? Because they're competing priorities, and we try to do our best to leave them all. But yeah, we make assumptions that there's value embedded in pieces.
I think the answer to your question is to a large extent we don't. I think that a lot of us, I don't think necessarily think about it in those terms. Again, just sort of lack of understanding. I would say that going back to the first question, that we all have this sort of recognition that the environment we work in is really challenging for social reasons. And so we sort of have this sense, this sort of vague sense. There's a whole aspect of what we do in the Delta that we're really missing. Even better informed how to do that well effectively. And so I think that's, in my view, that's pretty pervasive to all of us. Sense that something is just missing that could be a really, hopefully really effective and engaged better.
So Jeff, you did the Victoria Waterway. So one of the potential challenges to answer a question like that is, so we're part of the Natural Resources Agency, which is part of the Department of Parks and Recreation, which is statewide. So I work for a division of house. Our group is focused solely on the Delta, but part of our charge is to control them. And we have objective, if we were to do certain research, perhaps as part of that, need or use. But it would potentially take away to the public function, not successful. But on the other flip side, something I've been involved with, which doesn't really have a lot to do with the program I work with, which is that voting study needs assessment, which is voting recreational assessment throughout California, does have some impact on the Delta. It is conducted statewide. So sometimes with the statewide scope of view, it's challenging to take just a specific, area geographically and focus in on it. Right there, and other folks are looking at tasks like this at a larger scale. So it's hard to kind of looking at, say, this week research. You can find it by state, by country regions. It's more difficult to find by specific. It's so smaller.
So the two people online have left. They couldn't hear anyhow. So do we not need the microphones? Or is that good for the people in the back that we continue using the microphone? Is it good that we do?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to.
I guess I just wanted to talk about performance measures again because it is, I think, an explicit attempt to answer this. That's less just knowing. And so, as I mentioned, we have those quantitative performance measures. We also have nearly 100 administrative performance measures. We call them track recommendations we made in the Delta plan to see whether or not they've been implemented. And one thing that I think we found, if we should get back to the quantitative measures, is that the explicit process of starting to define these really lets you know where there are gaps and major questions you can't answer right now. So we're limited by the data that was available. But, I think we're aware that there's a lot of weakness there. So I would say, I think I'm trying to answer this a little bit before, but there's, we're doing our best, but there's also huge gaps and types of questions that we just can't really answer about who is out there, what outcomes we definitely want from the Delta. And some of them are really easily defined from the legislation, some are a lot more technical. So hopefully out of this we can narrow that down and start to come up with something that we can grasp a little bit better and eventually turn it into a performance measure I get to report.
So task force members, if you have questions, feel free to ask. All the panelists as well, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions to the panelists. So I would include you if you have some questions that you want to know either about what their work is going to be or anything to clarify. Feel free to ask.
Can I follow up with, I'm going to pick on you a little bit, Jeff, just because it's a very tangible thing to think about, is that how, and this is to everybody, this kind of thing, but how, if somebody proposed to do research to think about how best to manage the invasive species within the entire range of Sacramento, not just, below our bridge, and looked and said, how would you do things differently if you were thinking about cost-effective treatment control options? Would you put all of your efforts initially up above Tower Bridge so that you had less flowing in? There's a lot of work on invasive species where we looked at these kinds of questions, right? And then where would you control below Tower Bridge to think about maximizing potential recreational benefits, not just control of the invasive? If somebody proposed that kind of research, who would fund it? How would that come to be? So I'm using you because it's a tangible question. I see that it's easy for me to see because I've done a lot of work on invasives, how that could help in that decision making for you. But where would that come from, those resources or that RFP that would elicit that kind of research? Okay, so that might be a problem. Okay. Yeah, well, you're please.
So just not knowing what your budget process is like, my name's Natasha Nelson, Delta Protection Commission. we're required usually in June, July to put in a concept paper. Just say, what would we like to spend money at? And that would go to our agency secretary. It's one level below the governor. He looks at those 90 or so, depending on your agency secretary, and decides which ones are going to go forward. In there, you also indicate which funding source you might want to use. So each of us is granted a certain number of funds. So I'm in environmental license plate funds. So if you buy environmental license plates extra, I get a little bit of money. So you would have to kind of, once you recognize what the project is, you would have to match somebody's mission. They would put in a BCP. Other option is if there are grant programs, maybe people who run the grant programs would speak to this, or they would have to put out guidelines. Those guidelines would have to say we're seeking applications that are specifically trying to deal with certain topics. John alluded to earlier, there's a PSN right now where they're allowing for people to make pitches about social services.
PSN. An RFP.
Proposal solicitation.
Most of their academic work.
Both processes are a minimum of your long.
Right, so usually if I ask, and it's about an 18-month process, and I'll have to answer questions from our Division of Finance and feasible Legislative Affairs Office will be questions. Why is this tied into the greater state plan? Who's in support of this? Their composition. So you're asking a staff member at an agency to shepherd through.
How would a social science
Well, at the conferences, certainly, sometimes it will pique somebody's interest. As an agency person sitting in the audience, they see a presentation, they might want to repeat. So I think one of the problems is just a lot of our decision-making staff haven't seen the research, so they don't know they could do that. So if I say, you know, there's could be a lot of research on how open spaces affect public health, like, oh, there is. And it's like, oh, yeah, there's a lot of that, but it's going to be research. You just don't know to ask.
Can you envision a structure or a way in which
If you can envision a way in which we could recommend something that you would have easier access to social scientists who could share all the options that are out there. A conference is one, but is there another, like a body or another way of interacting that you think would be helpful for you to think about how you could fund these projects in the fall?
So, unfortunate Karen Gears isn't here, but IEP, is really one of the organizations that doesn't have their own funding, but coordinates funding across a range of agencies. And they currently aren't doing social science work, but as she indicated, interest. And I think they definitely, most of their money is already set up in terms of they have specific regulatory compliance issues that they have to address, but they have a small amount that goes to some projects that get proposed through their work. That might be one. And then the Prop 1 funding also, currently Prop 1 doesn't, at least with CFW, there's not a strong enough link to fund social science work. So in our joint proposal that's out, CFW won't be able to support social science work, but the science program is considered. So those, I think, the hope for the science program is that we'll be doing regular calls or proposals probably every other year, not every year, but every other year. So I envision that social science will be something we support. We don't have a whole lot of money with like $5 million a year or two, that we probably $5 million every 2 years. That kind of competitive work. And that's across all kinds of topics, not just social science. You want to pass that?
Well, I can say that enough. I'm just wondering if, the report itself, you would sort of envision it as being support for budget change proposals
Certainly, yeah.
This would be one more mechanism is the science action agenda that the Delta Science program sort of led as part of this Delta Science strategy, and it's a mechanism to really try to get to gaps that isn't exactly everyone's mission statements. And usually agencies have their agency focus mission statements. That's a limitation that they're not able to do outside of that. And so the science action agenda is a way to get at those things that fall through the mission cracks. And then that is a tool to use for joint proposal solicitations or some way to get money that we can address them. And it also brings together agencies that alone we can't do, together we can answer questions. I have another question for Jim regarding the research. I guess one was the research, but then the other limitation that I think I know of is that there's also limitations on how funds can be used. For example, the science program, I don't think it's in our ability to fund monitoring programs. Is that true? And so we're only able to do special studies. And so individuals will come to us to request support for monitoring efforts, but we're unable to do so because within, I don't know, our policy, I guess. So that's also something that
I guess I just wanted to ask, or make one statement that may apply to other agencies. I know that certainly within IMS, there might be a lack of awareness of what questions the social sciences can answer for us and how that fits with, our mission statement. I know that you said that, it's implicit or explicit in everyone's, it was implicit in everyone's mission statement. But sometimes I know that I find it hard to know for sure how the social sciences in this context can, for NOAA fisheries, achieve species recovery, right? I mean, if that's the end goal, how do we get there? And that's just a lack of awareness or ignorance on our part. And I think that, we everyone identified challenges with not necessarily an understanding of what the solution is. If we knew what the solution was, we'd be approaching it. And then just to comment briefly, NIMS at least does a lot of outreach. We're currently in the process of developing a science collaborative with Bureau of Reclamation and the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors. These are water rights holders, pre-1914 water rights. So the north of the Delta agricultural land users. That is intended to find areas of uncertainty and address those through collaborative research. And it's so those science collaboratives, and there are others, could be an opportunity to more quickly identify potential funds within an individual agency's discretion towards research. Again, I think that there is at least some degree of lack of understanding of what questions can be answered.
If I can start tuning, I hope I'm loud enough. Well, and maybe something to think about. With our program, I would argue that collaborations are very interesting. So take IEP. One of the concepts I like behind IEP is everyone has some overlap. Relevant diagrams, right? So everyone here has some overlap in the same area. And the goal of IEP is to research this task force. To say, we each have some contribution. So folks were able to bring their people together and say, here's why. That's a good start. When it comes to the funding process, and a thing that you wanted to kick off, let's say $1 million, $1,000 to contribute. Well, alone we can put it together and start getting there. An example for our program is we want to make sure all these tools we're asking for our permits they work and how to use them. So we might be able to get the tools, we have personnel to use it, folks to go out there, but we don't have partnership with USDA has allowed us to do that foundation. And we're able to find these tools for extent and so on and so forth. That's the process. We might get out of customers like this. And if I can ask a question to Jim at all, what does success look like?
Now you don't need another task force in 5 years. That it's what I think we all agreed to do this because we were very interested in making something that was useful, wasn't going to sit on a shelf, and that was going to help everyone in the room who works on these issues think about how social science could be useful for them in their everyday missions. And that's our goal. So if it's useful, then we were successful. We're not going to be very prescriptive. We're not going to say this is how you should or what you should be doing, but really try to show you examples where things, where social science maybe changed a decision. And so it was very useful in a particular context, and that might be in Chesapeake Bay. So we'll try to give those examples for you. We'll try to use as many examples as we have from our own backyard, but as Richard talked about this morning, there might not be a lot to pull from in terms of literature. And we'll give you thought processes on how to think about prioritizing the different types of social science research you might use. We're not going to say this is the top 3 things you should do, but really what kind of frameworks are out there for you to think about that process. And, when I did these things for NOAA, NOAA had to respond what we generated. They had to do a formal response. It was a public document. And it would be great, we don't have that built in, but it would be nice to get some feedback from the different groups here about how this may be changing, how they think about social science and begin to employ it. I mean, one of the things that is already coming out, which is great, because we're here to listen to everyone today and get insights into how things work. But, it goes back to what was brought up at the end of Mark's talk is, if you were going to try to do this, is it better to have an Office of Social Science, Delta Social Science, or is it better to have people, scattered throughout? But again, the question that I was asking of you, this research question, you have to have conversations, that in-depth conversations to understand that there is a social science research there. So maybe IEP is a vehicle. They're already in the room. That you could have a social scientist listening to you talk about your challenges, about how to manage and what are the issues you face, and be able to develop the question like, oh, there's actually some interesting research here that could be a form of an RFP. That would be a very valuable thing. It's not clear, as we were trying to think about, is what are the processes and mechanisms for these RFPs and these kinds of questions to show up right now. Right? Because it doesn't seem like these people are in the room that have the knowledge to help you think about what the social science research is. So, bottom line, that we don't need another social science task force. By the way, NOAA had 2, 5 years apart. So our goal, we're the first one here. I was on the second one. And we confirmed a lot of the first one's recommendations in the second one. But that would be it. That you don't have to have another task force. And that the ISB can continue this within house and start pushing the science research agenda that Richard's done, and I know Mark is trying to continue to move forward. I'll let you guys can answer that.
I don't want to answer. I want to ask a different question if I can. Which is, I think we just heard some useful things about the need for collaboration and the need to be talking to each other. Who's not in this room today who has capacity, resources, perspectives that need to be there, that ought to be involved in questions of what social science ought to be done and when? That's what
Governor's Office of Planning and Research.
Governor's Office of
Planning and Research. I don't know if there's anybody there so far, but
Any industry.
Yeah.
Farm Bureau.
But in what way do they integrate into this conversation?
Yes, but the research arm of reclamation would be USGS. I would recommend FEMA and their national flood insurance program, especially because they're making explicit evaluations of land use risk. Seems like a very explicit valuation. How we're setting aside certain.
The other science NGOs, like SFDI, Point Blue, who else am I missing? CNC, Aqua, American. No. Nature Conservancy. Ocean Conservancy.
I just wanted to point out, like, the NGOs and some of these sort of more planets, some of them don't have the resources or capacity to join us. So that's actually a limitation on that. They try to reach out, but they don't. Yeah, and one of the groups that we have prior to this meeting, last summer was that was a group that we reached out to help us kind of wrap the charge. And then we folks that are today were we did have a support group back as well. And I think there are a lot of those houses that we need to wrap the charge and we have that means those issues that come out today were discussed early on as well. There is also that neighbor group that we need to touch with, so we're all of you guys.
Yeah, I don't think the question was out of judgment at all. It was really, it was really, so we know that we're trying to do.
Caltrans is interagency implementation.
Gonna need a bigger room.
You asked about industry, now it's, they're directly regulated, yes, they're in the realm, and that includes ag, but for example, for ag, the water boards aren't gonna necessarily know all the other things that those ag professionals are having to respond to, and that's a social science engine.
Yeah, I mean, the question, that was just a structural question. So is there a mechanism by which those other stakeholders come to the table and have a voice on any of the planning process?
Indirectly through both of our programs, but they may want their own system.
I have a question that we actually asked us earlier, kind of lobbies for this strategy document. And we struggled to answer that. Our basic answer was, well, think of DFIC and higher agencies. Should maybe your strategy and within their agency, but then also staff that are really monitoring science, useful that here as well. So that's a seed as well as just general. So I guess I like that. Audience and who within their agencies best or should be targeted for some of these strategy work.
Targeted would be like my assistant executive officer level. Our board members might be interested, but our upper level management, then I think it needs to include examples. Like we talked about, because it would be hard to maybe explain, what are the outcomes of this, Adam?
I just make a couple observations. So, I guess for me, one of the things that I would slightly ask the questions today, presentations. My question is, what are your people problems? Because I think in the communications, all of your missions and programs that you run into and the only answer is what this type of decision maker is doing. I think you can actually come up with that list fairly easily by just, asking people in your agencies and social scientists and say, oh, here's a set of people problems that these agencies are facing, and they're start categorizing and thinking about what are the social science tools and approaches that we use to help solve those problems, bringing social science theory to bear on those problems, and finding the sweet spot where we are working on social science things that have interesting theoretical things for us and interesting applied implications for you guys. So that's the type of thing. And then once you know that, I think you basically have three ways to think about the money thing. One is you match making, say here's where we match social science people problems and budgets of the agencies. We're going to do direct contracting through the process that you described earlier, or we're going to take the money from the Delta Science Program to IEP and divert it towards a portion of that to deal with those matchmaking issues, or we're going to go to the legislature and ask for more money. More money on everything, so rather than having to compete for the current scarce resource. But I would have liked to hear everybody say, here's the people problems we're facing. That's like really neat that I need to kind of put into my science that can happen.
That sort of crystallized some of my ongoing confusion a little bit about the scope here, because I hear, for me personally, it's the guidance that would be really helpful. What I hear, I think maybe from Jim a little bit more, is the research agenda. So is it both, or is it more just focused on the research that we might want to do into the social science? I think, yeah.
Are you answering this or am I?
Well, I'll say my view. I mean, I think it's both. I mean, what is current research? And how do you set up the infrastructure to not only answer that research that is right now, but also maintain engagement between the social sciences and the rest of the sciences and the decision makers. That research agenda is, continues to adapt and evolve in the face of new problems as they come up.
And just for a second, if anyone from the audience does have questions, I'll be up here, so just raise your hand.
Corey's been very patient right now, so.
I guess I just looked up at the clock and I thought it would be remiss if nobody said the obvious before we move on this topic, because I do want to go back to your first question of why you're here, and it has to do with the fact that there aren't very many social scientists across these agencies. And I don't want to be shooting ideas down or anything, but I feel like when we talk about existing governance structures, we're like, well, let's just add social science to this. And those structures are the people in them. And so if you don't have expertise, you can't just write a report that says let's integrate this and not. And so, we have like someone from DFW saying they're 1.3, let's do this. I think it's easier in a lot of ways for someone to write a land use regulation given the state classifications to study how a fish lays eggs than study land use policy in the state of California. So I think when I get right down to it, I think we have to talk about the people first and foremost. At least to me, that's the governance really.
Was set up in order to
they're not, but they see their role pretty narrowly. I don't think they, so I just, making them aware would be valuable.
Just have one quick question. You know, I see one place where we need social science engagement on the horizon in a big way is the climate vulnerability assessment and climate adaptation strategy. So I'm kind of wondering if there's a way or how these processes might dovetail a little bit to get the benefit of this process really feeding into that. Maybe even using that process as a bit of a think or a focal point for some of the research and discussion that will go on in the near term to think about how that might be helpful in making that product as valuable as it can be in the system.
That's a great point. I think one thing that would be useful if another project I'm involved with some of our points out, what would be a good first step to show some success and get some momentum? I think one project might be one where there is an opportunity to show the true benefit, show how it could be done, and use some model. So we can inform you more about that project. Something that planning division within the Swedish Council.
I like that idea. I just want to caveat maybe that if our recommendations have to do with building capacity, we probably don't have the capacity to demonstrate what we've done, right? So we want to be careful of the expectations of that, and don't assume that what little could be done in this time period is what the social science is. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I have a comment. My name is Emily Papalardo. I wear a few different hats, being a community member in the Delta, also an engineer working on studies in the Delta. I don't know if we're trying to figure out how we capture people in the Delta kind of to help with social science research. I know it's really hard to get from the Delta to come to any meeting because there's so many meetings. But, you know, I'm willing to kind of help with techniques or whatever. I've kind of participated in a lot of these different studies that we've had, and I'm appreciative to see that there is one for social science, finally looking at Delta's place and how you can incorporate that in natural science. Just kind of a few comments I had, I think, reflecting back to Eric's comments earlier, was looking at all my different hats, the levees being the backbone of a lot of that's Delta as a place. If you don't have them, you just really don't have anything else. And I come from I grew up on a marina. So you see a lot of the regulatory environment there and how you can survive still as a business with so many different jurisdictional kind of controls on your ability to function. So there's a lot of things I think that could be positive out of this research. There are some, I think there's a question whether or not there was people from the levees or the health community. I'm sitting here, so I'm a resource that you may blend or something else.
First, thank you for the comments. Very educational for me. You know, one of my concerns is say it as if it's like some small little box thing. It's not. And then we have talk about, hey, we have $5 million in 2 years to shave off a slice of it. Social science. You're not going to do too much out of that. Maybe it's you might get one study
Adjourned.
But also there's like buckets. Some people just look at the process or the stuff that's it's probably that. This is you guys. This is how things are going. From there, you can develop strategies about how to do something. Some people do like focus on not just what part does, but we look at Jeff for John's position, say, hey, this is your organization. So organization be operated efficiently as it can. Are your evaluation criteria the right evaluation criteria or not? And there's some people that that's all they do. And then have a do that. Some people actually work directly with communities and cool manage or produce knowledge. Some sort of like science is like advocacy. So having to engage and another was look at behavioral change in individual modeling, Mark mentioned, computational modeling. This is a few that I mentioned. There's a lot more. And so part of them is a discharge from us to kind of recommend this. Hey, also kind of know what you notice that Mark said it right in terms of this is what we focus on. We can do it at different scales. We can do it as individual people. We can do it at organizations, networks of organizations, cultures, history. We go back in time. We go forward in time. And so really it's a daunting task. But I do think it's ironic that we're talking about a system. We understand every single period in that system. That's probably the most important. So that there is a huge need for this. But at the same time, like a narrow slice is not going to do it. I'm afraid that you're going to come up with say something. You guys tease off $200,000 every 2 years. And you say, oh, social science is a waste of time. And I will say that people are not a waste of time. I mean, you are the most important here. But just as an outsider, it's kind of shocking that I've studied quite a bit of systems out there. This is one that's probably studied the least from a social science perspective. And it's probably one of the most important estuaries in the world. So that regard is a serious need. I don't know how to get that money. I would leverage things like Mark not get the money on NSF project here in Big Hill, right?
That's NSF money.
And so there is partnerships outside of Big Hill to bring in the partnership. I would explore that. But I kind of want to perspective. I mean, is this really a priority? I mean, is there something that just, something wrong with that?
I would certainly say it's a priority, something we want to dive into, but it's always a matter of, having the better information to really articulate the need and then gain support for that need. But I think throughout our system, we were always in the situation of, what are the next one or two best steps that start to nudge us in that direction, right? So I hear you that it is needs to be a good range of resources. But the reality of our situation often is we have extremely limited resources. So how do we best use those resources to, to just take that next step and further articulate the need and then continue to gain support. So it's very challenging in the system that's diffused to get everybody in line to say, this is the direction we need to go. This is how much money we need, and then go make that access. So we often have to.
Sure, I guess I would just also just say, and this, I know this isn't specific to fisheries. I mentioned that we get at least in the Central Valley and the Delta primarily with native species, but we're always operating in crisis mode. So the idea, I mean, I welcome it, and I would just also say that Campbell has the right suggestion, which is we could have a few things because it's hard to present it to my managers as this is a necessary, we need to take a necessary step back to observe and not continually operate in crisis. It was a good suggestion.
regurgitating some of what's being asked here, but some of them that I also that in my mind as I've been listening to the presentations today was I was hearing a lot about the problems, very specific problems, very real problems that are being tackled. And as a partnership, we also are a national resource agency like many other agencies, and we're looking at these very specific components of natural resources and problems. And I think what we're trying to shift towards is this people problem question. So now how do we take this focus that we've always had on habitats or species or these sort of siloed pieces of natural resource management and pivot to say, how do we look at all of these problems through a people problem lens? And if there were tools that could be produced that we could apply to each of those, I think that would be very unifying and transformative and help really raise that awareness, because I very much heard what Evan had to say about lack of awareness, even what question needs to be asked. And I think that's where we are right now too.
Serious about social science, what I would do is reach out to CU or AC Davis, talking about Mark has some of the cheapest labor to find anywhere. Students, the work for almost nothing. I'll do work under some of his experiences, Mark, to do research over extended periods of time. And this is where, I think this is kind of funny. You need money from whatever sources you get money from. But students can actually get money from a lot of different places. You don't need us for this, actually. What else we're worried about is that we can put the research agenda. But there are researchers already in places like that are doing excellent research. All they need to do is the nudge of the opportunity. When I write my NSF grants, I need a partner. I need someone like John who say, hey, John, you write this letter of endorsement for me, my NSF grant, do this. And John could say, yeah, I'm working with Chris for 3-4 years on this. This is something that you need here. NSF is more likely to give you money with that letter comes out. But in order to do that, you need that foundation. So really, I would just start setting up the relationships with Berkeley, with Davis, and elsewhere. You need to start developing this effort. There's already social science researchers who do great work in California. You just need to get their attention here. And that little nudge.
Did you say it worked for free?
He did. He didn't say that the economist works for free.
Maybe that's all we need. But I was going back to your other question of, do you think you need this? And when I walked in the door, I would have, to be honest, I would have said, I don't know. But to answer Mark's question, and it triggered when you were describing all the different things that social scientists do. My management is interested in efficiencies in organizational structure. So when you talk about what are your people problems, it's my own and my colleagues' bandwidth. There's only so many IEP and other entity meetings that I can go to, but I'm still could benefit by knowing what they know. So how do I solve that one? And we do a lot of stakeholder processes, but as a regulatory agency, we're always, it's in the back of our mind, okay, we want to avoid lawsuits. And I'll name that because it's just nature of our society. Was named earlier today. And is there something we could be doing better to make everybody feel better so you don't have that outcome?
First of all, I think the only goal, right? To be selfish, selfless, right? Be very kind to our in-group. Be very cruel to our out-group. And that's a good potential goal. What we want is an institutional structure. We want our rules and norms of society. And keep that all within like a cauldron. It's like a sort of cradle that doesn't explode when my view, there's really two bad things about conflict. One is when it's suppressed and suppressed. The second is when it kind of blows it up. Everything else is okay. You can kind of play with it. But a lot of the things with litigation is just to maintain interest in the case. And I would encourage that. Especially we don't have, no one knows how to govern this stuff as well. But I think there is like, we know quite a bit about like, how to govern. It's just like conflict and work, but then it's really just about this reliance on science and reducing conflict. What is it? Oh, we need more political knowledge. What does that mean? Which is something that maybe we can talk about. Political knowledge. But there is ways we can probably improve the situation.
Maybe one more closing comment, and then I'm going to ask if John and Jim, you guys closing comments we are asked our fourth meeting.
Hopefully this is on you. So in response to the getting the scientists or getting the science done by students, one of the things I agree with, that's great being for science, but one of the things I, in all of the situations that have been successful, we needed champions. And we need champions not only at the social science, we can carry out all the way up to the policy level, but we also need the natural scientists and the policy people who are partnering with that champion and moving it forward. And so I encourage you all to be thinking about who that champion is. Because I don't know how I can work without that. I haven't seen it without that. And so for example, I would say I'm the social science champion in the Puget Sound, and I also have a policy partner and I have a natural resource partner. Literally one of each of those at my side all the time. And we're constantly going as a team towards and we're going back and forth and playing off of each other in the types of language and the jargon that we to talk about what we want to our
Actually, I'll start if you could pass the mic. And I'll start just by thanking everyone.
But the panel, as well as all the presenters, I think we really appreciate science program, really appreciate how much effort you're putting into it. And clearly, I think there is strong interest. So I think, are we committed to it? I think that the fact that we put this together and that it's not just a one-time meeting, but it's an ongoing effort, I think is hopefully is an indication that people are really serious about social science. And I also especially want to thank Rachel and Yumi, who put an enormous amount of time, as well as Mateo, into organizing all of this work for many, many months up to it that you all know about how much time it is. Not just today's meeting, but all of the work to frame it so that it will be successful. Some of the things that I've heard over, throughout the day, so the list of topics is enormous. So I appreciate your comment about giving some guidance on prioritization. That really will be important for us to think about how we can be successful. I think our challenge in terms of thinking about the audience really engaging those decision makers and show. So I think we all, we're speaking to the choir here in terms of issues, but engaging the decision makers so that they see the value and so that we can show them some projects, whether it's projects in other places or some initial projects here that really provide some real benefit to them, that they see the value of putting significant resources into that social science work. And I think, clearly, relevance is important. So we need to think about, what, in terms of prioritizing these, which would be most valuable and relevant for the challenging decisions we have here in the Delta. And you heard a broad range of perspectives, a broad range of approaches, like Mark highlighted in terms of the different governance issues that will be challenged about. We aren't expecting you to solve those issues, but definitely some of the things that you could give some guidance for us. And I think, if you could talk a little bit about the next meeting and sort of the steps going, what we envision coming out of this meeting in July, so that all the people here will know how we'll take this information leading up to the strategy document.
Sure, thank you. So I want to echo some of the things that John said. Just thanking everyone for the time, all the speakers. We really appreciate all the information and time you put in your PowerPoints. It's very useful goal of this meeting, really from our task force perspective, is really to start the conversation, to get it out there that this task force is moving forward, and to really start the conversation with everyone, stakeholders, those in the room, those not in the room. And so I want to make it clear that if you would like to reach out to us, you can either contact Rachel, who's very close with me, or reach out to me directly, and we'll get that information out to the task force. As we sort of move forward, we have a year to essentially put together this report. So we might be reaching out to some people that are in the room today, to ask some follow-up questions, to get better insights, because the goal for us is that we don't want to walk away and not show back, come back a year later with something that is just not a useful document. So we want to make sure that there's a dialogue ongoing with everyone who use the kinds of report we're sort of producing. To that end, we have scheduled, and there'll be announcements of this probably in a month or so. July 23rd, we're going to have a science workshop on at UCB campus, which is really about bringing social scientists that work on these issues together. So doing some use of social science research in Delta and the Everglades, and having a workshop on campus, which is really highlighting social science research going on in these similar environments. That would be open to the public. And our goal there is for us to find these examples of other kinds of research that they've been doing and are sending me that were very useful, and so we can bring those sort of into the report. We're going to be meeting as a task force over this entire time and developing structure for the report. The draft strategy document will be released in December, and there'll be time to actually engage again in conversations and get feedback on the draft report. I'm sure I'll go to many different venues to sort of present our findings and draft findings and recommendations. I want to set expectations, because that's one of the things we learned as a program, is how important expectations are. We're not going to solve this problem. We're not going to release $10 billion from social science funding in the Delta. Hopefully, we provide a framework and arguments that you can take to your upper division leadership, arguing for why social science might be valuable and might help you in your missions of addressing understanding your achieving missions. So, we phrase these questions, how might you increase support for social science? Well, look around other organizations that have tried to do what you guys are doing, and how they know what trying to achieve the same sort of thing that you are. In many respects, they might be easier because it's one agency, but those who know, it's not one agency. It's actually a bunch of line offices that don't necessarily have their own budgets, don't necessarily interact in many ways you expect them to. So there are another organization, maybe just how they integrate social science, what are the different models out there. We're not going to be prescriptive. We're not going to say this is the model. But there will be a conversation, and task force won't disappear. And our report is in, and we can use this expertise to say how to help us in that next stage. But I think it's important. We're not going to determine what economic impact of all the wonderful research that goes on in the Delta. We're going to give you a number to take up to the government office. So we will help you think about frameworks and how that research might be helpful in your day-to-day activities. And just want to emphasize again, this is all about starting the conversation. We really appreciate all the time. Thank you.
That's it.